Everyone, and we will call our the meeting to order at 5:08. And do we have any, let's see, we have our ground rules. Chancellor, any issues with the agenda? We're good? Okay. Any changes or consent agenda items to be pulled? Item 8.01 has been pulled already, the minutes. Is there any? Yeah, the minutes. Anything else? Okay, if not, then we'll move to public comments for closed session. Ty Gardner. Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me okay now? Great. Well, thank you, Chancellor and Board, for having me. I apologize for not having prepared comments today, but I have just a couple of items I wanted to speak with you on. Of course, AFT has been meeting with the district on negotiations, and we met Monday of this last week as well as the previous Friday. We've discussed financial matters, and I believe that we are close on financial concerns. And I don't want to address you on financial concerns today. What I do want to address you on is that not everything is about money. It ends up that we are people who do a particular job that at times, such as during the pandemic, such as when returning from the pandemic, can be difficult, that there might be changes that need to occur. And we recognize that the field of education itself is changed as a result of both the pandemic and our return from it. We also recognize that online classes are a bit more of a part of our lives than they were previously. Some of us are happy about that. Some of us wish that things were the way they used to be and that we were always teaching in person. The reason why I want to address you tonight is that we have to adjust our contract to a world that is different than the contract was written for. And again, it's not simply about money, although that is important. It's also about how do we deal with this new online world. And I want to express that while I appreciate the cooperation of the district in many aspects of negotiations, it has been difficult to have conversations regarding online classes and the challenges that are unique to them that faculty face, in part because we're working with a district negotiating team that lacks experience teaching online. Now, I will tell you that there are administrators within our district that do have online teaching experience. I spoke with one of them today, and while I will not share that person's information, I asked them a simple question. Is teaching in person the same thing as teaching online? And the answer was no, with a chuckle. And the reason why is because there are significant lifts that a person must do to prepare their class for that online environment. Some of this has to do with preparing new material, shifting how material is prepared and presented to students, recording videos, making sure they are ADA compliant, making sure the rest of your Canvas shell is ADA compliant. And they recognize that particularly the first time you prepare a class, even when you've been doing for decades for the online environment, it is a huge lift for the faculty member and can be stressful. And I see I'm out of time, but the point I wanted to make was simply that we need to seek some compromise language within the contract that addresses the fact that online education is different than in-person education, and we need to come up with language that works for the district, that works for the faculty, and works for the students. Thank you.
And about negotiations and some other items. So with that, we will go up to closed sessions for items 2.01, 02, and 03. And we will be back down at 7 o'clock for public session. Thank you.
Hello, this is your Spanish interpreter.
And it's not, and it's not confusing when you tell the truth either.
I'm ready. I just have to treat it like it's any other board meeting. Good evening, everyone. The board is returning from closed session and we have nothing to report. Would everyone please stand for the pledge? It was announced earlier, just one small change to the agenda from consent. Item 8.01 has been pulled and it'll be brought back. Next, public comments. Just have, we had a couple written public comments that we have from Erica Reese and Jacqueline Walker. Thank you for that. And Michael Happerberger. There he is.
And on behalf of the members of our unit here, made a request of this board that you authorized your management bargaining team with sufficient authority to settle our full contract negotiations. I'm pleased to report, as you well know, because it's on your agenda, that you did do that. And since I can still remember a time when we had a more civil society and a request was made and granted, that an acknowledgement and a thank you was also offered. So I want to acknowledge the efforts that you made as a board to get us where we got. Very much appreciate this round of negotiations, and again, thank you.
Both items. Okay. First, we have congratulations to employees who were hired or promoted during the period of October 1st to 31st. And I will leave that to the classified Senate to do them by name, so we don't do it twice. So congratulations to those on the list. Next, moving to recognition of retirees. Thanking them for their service. Lisa Sorensen, purchasing specialist at the District Advisory Center since 1996. And Maria Ward, information technology, help IT desk at the District Advisory since 2008. Thank you both very much. And I'm going to give this to Vice Chair Mantooth.
Thank you, Chair McKay. This is so she can't stop me with the gavel. This is difficult. It's bittersweet, but nonetheless, it's absolutely in order. And on behalf of this board, it's with great pride, honor, and conviction that I get to showcase some of the accomplishments of our board chair, Diane McKay. We have a resolution for her. Normally, those things last about a page and have a lot of whereases. This one's spilled over to 2. And I am going to read some excerpts from that. For 12 years, she's executed her duties beyond measure with a servant's heart of empathy, stewardship, integrity, fiscal oversight, and great character. She has a day job as well. You may or may not know that she's owner operator of the largest public marketing firm in Ventura County, Mustang Marketing. She also has managed to support the enrichment and advancement of our county through her service with a number of K-12 boards and communities. She couldn't take it. She had to. Diane, I always carry one of these. Okay. There are 13 of those boards listed, and that's not a comprehensive list. In addition to that, she served on this district's board committees. There are 7 of those listed. And in terms of honors and recognitions, including Chamber of Commerce's Woman of the Year in 2018, there are 10 separate recognitions listed there. She's provided outstanding leadership and guidance to this district and its colleges with compassion, with commitment, and a fierce conviction to doing the right thing for the most important people, our students and the staff that support them. She's also been a force for community colleges at the state and national level and continues to do that good work at many conferences. She was also first in the state to have each trustee to receive an excellence in trusteeship certification. The only way I can say this is I think of her as a Renaissance woman. We always use the term man there. But there's so many women that fit that picture. That's certainly Diane. And there's an old adage and a line from a popular song that says, you don't know what you got till it's gone. We know what we've got. And we're going to miss it like hell. We're going to miss you, Diane. And so let it now be resolved that this board acknowledges and extends its deep gratitude to Diane McKay for her unparalleled leadership and service to the students and communities of Ventura County. And I know that's not going to end. It'll just be in a different iteration. Thank you, Diane. Let's hear it. She may or may not have something to say. I don't know. But I wanted to also extend an invitation to our student and other trustees, as well as our chancellor, for their comments on Diane's service. Azar, would you like to begin?
Is it on? Yes. I was going to save this for the report section, and I was going to say I'm now going to report on Diane. But the first time I met you, there wasn't a lot to go off of, but what I did go off was I knew that you were a great leader. And when I learned that you would be leaving us, I was saddened, and I had barely even known you. And I can say through getting to know you that you were and still are a great leader to this district. And you will be deeply missed. And sorry, I don't know how much I can say that hasn't already been said, but you will be missed. And you did a great job.
I just remember my first, I think, meeting here, and I forget what it was, like maybe an orientation or something like that. And somewhere, I didn't know who Diane McKay was, and Diane came right up to me and she goes, "Get over here." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "I got to fix your collar." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Your collar looks terrible," or something like that. I'm like, "Oh, who's this lady fixing my collar, And I just kind of sat back and watched. And it was at the time Chair McKay and now is Chair McKay. But that always sticks in my mind. And that could have gone two different ways. But for me, what it shows is she's looking to help people out and help this district out and help the students out. And what I like about her leadership is her memory. She recounts a lot of the historical sense, but also the memory of something that is important to any of us, that it comes back and it stays current and it stays relevant. But even more than the memory that will stick out in my memory is the amount of time, effort, and how much you care about this district and our mission and what we do. And it reflects in the time you put in to do the work. So this is a volunteer job, and I think if anybody looked at the effort and time Chair McKay puts into this volunteer job, a lot of people would question, is it really a volunteer job? So I thank you for your service, your time, your caring, your memory, and your leadership. So thank you.
To further remarks, Trustee Chancellor has reminded me of what I forgot. In all of what was just said about Chair McKay's accomplishments, arguably the most important was also raising and nurturing a family.
Many things have been shared already about your working committees and what you've done within the district, what you've done within the community. I want to talk about my experience with you and those conversations we had about doing some of the good work for students in those committees. We got a chance to be together. Those conversations that no one gets to listen to because it's just you and I being able to see what are some of the things we can do, how can we grow. And I really appreciated those many times. It was just that phone call, just like that Zoom call, just what we needed to do and the growth. And it was mentioned before, the history, being able to share perspectives, listening, really trying to see how does justice look like. And that was really nice. I appreciated the times we did a couple of visits to meet a couple of an assembly member specifically. And just that opportunity to just mentorship, that opportunity to just say, this is what the college is. And it's that passion and it's that beautiful heart to be able to always do what's best for students, what's best to do for anybody, for our staff. And that's really who you are, that loving nature to just be able to help in whatever that's needed. I have some of those personal examples with you, but I want to keep them personal, that I keep with my heart. And I think, I'm just going to mention Cheesecake Factory. We go back and so that's who you are, the essence, that loving essence of just wanting to help, of just doing what's right. And I've always appreciated that because at the end, we might disagree on a couple of action items, but that was just simple business. But then when it came to really us being able to have those conversations of what it is that we need to do, that was the beautiful part. And I can see you doing this beautiful advocacy now because I know you're not going to stop. It's just in you to continue to do the work. And leadership is not based on a position. Leadership is something that you just carry. Anybody, it's who you are. It's in the essence. It's not by a title where you're at. And so as you continue to move forward, I know you're going to do great things. I know your family's probably really happy to know that you won't be coming home so late. Thank you for the many lessons, for the beautiful conversations. We're going to miss you very much, but I know that it was that time and that time to say, I need to move. It's a beautiful sense of humility also as a leader to be able to demonstrate it's time now for me to just leave the opportunity for someone else. And I think that is the greatest essence for being able to say it's time. And that is very commendable. And I can go on and on, but I know it's Bernardo's turn. And I know there's the reception waiting, but thank you for everything you have done for the district. And thank you for these 4 years that I've had the opportunity to spend with you.
Diane, so as I was getting ready for this meeting and reading the resolution, it dawned on me that, I knew all of those citations, but it occurred to me that because you did it all so naturally and so easily and without fanfare, that I thought to myself, wow, I've just taken her for granted all these years because she just is and she just does. And I want to thank you not only for all of that work, but for the role model that you have played for every trustee that has served with you. And to a greater degree, I'm sure, to the student representatives that you've mentored and counseled and guided. And certainly, as we've heard it already from Michael Haberberger, from all of our employees that look up to you for your good work and your accomplishments. And, we came on this board together, and I know that our first introduction, I totally did not impress you, but and we can tell that private story later, over the reception. But you know what? What struck me about you was that because we came from similar backgrounds, and that is from working within and for the community, that we appreciated where we each came from when we came onto this board. And so we very quickly were able to, in my view, develop a great working relationship. And we were very simpatico on a lot of views on ideas about the district and certain goals we wanted to achieve. And through persistence, we did accomplish some transformational change. And, I cannot overstate my respect for you, my admiration for you, my appreciation for you. And I would say that on behalf of the constituents in the 4th District and the county as a whole. And when I say county as a whole, I mean beyond even the community college district, because your presence is, everywhere I go in the county, I say, or I'm asked, oh, do you know, when I tell them I'm on the board, oh, do you know Diane McKay? And I say, of course, who doesn't? But I've had many individuals I've worked with on various boards and local governments and planning and policy setting bodies, but you are one of the most stellar individuals. And I aspire to come close to serving and performing as ably as you have and you will continue to do, as Vice Chair Mantu mentioned. Thank you.
At the beginning of your time, and I guess I have to say I'm kind of disappointed I'm here at the end of your time right now. I've prior to coming here, I've served as president at a couple of institutions. I've certainly had my experience with a number of board members, at the local and at the national level, and I would say the best in class. And as I've watched you over these last several months, certainly before I became employed with the district, and then as board chair in my onboarding, this is not an exaggeration. I'm not just saying this to be nice to you because you're sitting next to me and all these people are out there. I have never worked with a board member who is more committed in all the things that you've heard here tonight, but who really gets us and who we are and what we're trying to do to fulfill our purpose as a community college district. You've been in 100%. You're still in tonight 100%. And I suspect that after tonight, you're going to still be with us in some really important and meaningful ways. And, I look forward to that as well. I wish you all the best. Thank you for the gracious way you've brought me into this organization and helped me become a part of it. And thank you for your service. And I wish you all the best.
We are going to recess for some fellowship with our outgoing chair, and we will only reconvene when she says it is appropriate to do so. I would,
I'll move adoption of the resolution.
thank you. Who will second that? Thank you. There will be no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
If we could all come back, we can actually get out of here at some point. I'm looking at our poor students who don't care that it's my last night. They want to go home. There they are, the two I've been waiting for, our Senate presidents. You can take your pick. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. I'll bawl through a goodbye later.
Good evening, everyone. Trustee McKay. It has been my great good fortune to work with you for the brief time that I have, and I'm grateful for what I have learned and what I have observed, and for your kindness and warmth in welcoming me to this new role. You will certainly be missed. Thank you for representing strong, powerful female leadership. You are greatly appreciated. I would like to begin by thanking the students in our actual and virtual classes for doing the work. To our dear students, you are the reason why we are all here. Thank you for your work in achieving your higher education aspirations. I would like to thank the faculty teaching the classes, our non-instructional faculty colleagues serving our students in libraries, counseling, health, and many other roles, and our collaborative efforts to uplift and support our students. And I thank our classified professional colleagues across our colleges who support all of us in so many and varied ways. You are seen, you are heard, and you are valued. EOPS welcomes back for its second season the student developed and facilitated podcast, Keeping the Highs, Throwing Out the Lows. I strongly suggest everybody listen to it. Dylan Altman, adjunct English instructor who is valued, is now the associate chair of the Council for Play and Game and will be presenting at a national conference. Dr. Selena Benavides-Black, professor of psychology, has published an article in a very prestigious peer-reviewed publication. We are very proud of her. The Student Equity and Achievement Plan is complete and has passed the second reading at the Academic Senate. The SEEP team is incorporating a few minor revisions as per the Academic Senate's recommendations, and we are looking forward to feedback from our classified professional colleagues and the ASG. Bless you, to whomever just sneezed. You're very welcome. Program review is underway with the annual reviews complete and the comprehensive reviews in process. A full and comprehensive dialogue about the program review process continued in departments, the Academic Senate, and the Program Review Committee. And if I may have a slightly nerdy moment, it was such a beautiful thing to watch participatory governance in process through the program review process. PG committees are working on fulfilling their goals and action steps. And our faculty spotlights tonight: Samuel Cowell, adjunct colleague in biology. He has been with us for 3 years, teaches general biology, principles of biology, and in past semesters, he's taught human physiology, and he also teaches at Cal Lutheran. And to conclude my report, it is with joy and sadness that I would like to present Tom O'Neill, a full-time colleague who has recently retired. Tom is one of the founding faculty of Oxnard College. He taught geology on the OC campus for 42 years and just retired in the summer of 22. He served as department chair for 20 years. I've only done 8, and has helped grow the science department. And he helped establish the Marine Education and Aquarium Center. We wish him much peace and rest in his retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and distinguished guests. Thank you as always for the opportunity to comment on items. 4.04, recognizing the distinguished service of Diane McKay, which pretty much says it all, but Chair McKay, thank you, thank you, thank you. All of your incredible leadership and work in this district is greatly appreciated through both difficult and good times. You've been in the district a lot longer than I have, actually, as it turns out, and seen a lot more. I particularly appreciate how you always keep the focus on students. And I've learned a lot from you, particularly on leadership. You're an eternal do-gooder and know that you will continue to provide positive impact in other venues in our community. So I look forward to collaborating with you on those endeavors. 11.01, action to improve the Moore Park College Student Equity Plan. Development of this plan used an inclusive process with collaboration from all stakeholder groups. The plan has been endorsed by participating governance groups at Moore Park College and comes to you for final approval. So I thank you in advance for your support of that plan. And I hope you will indulge me in a few short report items, if I may. The first is Friday is Veterans Day. So please thank a veteran in your life for their sacrifice. I always spend that with a veteran very close to me, and hope you can do likewise. Faculty prioritization, I want to thank trustees, chancellor, and vice chancellors, and other folks that attended, at least for a little while, the Moore Park College faculty prioritization. I hope it gave you a little sense of all the needs across our campus, many of which will remain unfulfilled, I'm afraid, but I'll just leave it at that. Your presence was greatly appreciated there. The Senate presidents just came back from the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges, AHSCCC plenary last week, where the Academic Senate leaders gathered together for some professional development and to guide the direction of the executive committee on behalf of the faculty through our resolutions process. There were many resolutions related to legislative items past and present, and I will only mention one. Kind of the highlight item was the proposed common general education pathway, dubbed by the students as CalGETSI, which definitely took center stage based on AB 928. Oh, there's so much more, but I'll suffice it to leave it at that. After much discussion and debate, the proposed pathway was endorsed by the state body. So thank you all for your time and attention this evening.
Moving back to the classified Senate presidents, does anyone have anything from Ventura to report? Okay, just, is he on Zoom by chance? Oh, I'm sorry. No, oh no, the academic Senate. Sorry. Okay. All right, not here. Moving, now we're moving. I was just, trying to shake it up. Alex, we'll start over there with you. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Just two items here. 4.01, we welcome to the DAC Patricia Guerrero, payroll technician. And 4.02, we thank Marla Ward and Lisa Sorensen for their years of service here at the DAC. They will both be missed dearly. They're two of the people here that helped to make it happen a lot. So we wish them a very happy retirement. And before I conclude, I just want to say, Chair McKay, I just want to thank you for your years of service. Not only just the years of service, but your dedication, your commitment, and your leadership to not only this district, but our county, our state level, everything you've done and beyond. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to work with you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Good evening, Chancellor McGlinnan, trustees, and guests. I would like to consult on 4.01. Congratulate Melanie Selleck on her recent promotion to student outreach specialist. 4.02, just congratulations to both Lisa and Marla, and a big thank you to Lisa Sorensen for all her support and help throughout the years since I've been here. She's been a great help. Every time that I've needed help, she's been there and a great support. 12.02, 12.03, just asking for your support on our two positions, placement project specialist and program coordinator 2. 12.08, and this is for all three campuses. This is support for the reclassification of our curriculum text to curriculum specialist. And last but not least, 4.04, Chair McKay, thank you for your service and leadership to the district. It's been an honor having to interact with you in this capacity in these last few years. You've been a great support for our students and for our classified, and I thank you for all your years. And then just really quick, we had our Employee of the Month recognition yesterday, and just want to congratulate Jesus Garcia, who's our PE athletic equipment manager. He was selected as our classified Employee of the Month. And other than that, we kicked off our Native American Heritage Month with a Dia de los Muertos celebration on November 1st. And we had our very first altar for Dia de los Muertos, honoring our past loved ones. Professor Arturo Cepeda was present with his class. He did a lecture on the meaning of the significance of a altar. And that was a really nice event that we had. So we hope to continue it for years to come. And then I just invite you to look at our events that are planned for Native American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Let me put my glasses on because I can't see far away anymore. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McLennan. A couple things to consult on. Item 4.01. Congratulations to Sylvia Medrano on her promotion to Senior Administrative Assistant. Item 4.04. Thank you to Trustee McKay. Thank you for your friendly smile, for always being willing to work with us and your leadership. You've had unwavering support of Classified Senate, and our Classified Senate would not be where it's at if it wasn't for your leadership and guidance throughout this process that we've been going through. So thank you. We encourage your support of items 10.04 and 10.07, which I will just mention briefly as our students have more to say on both items. But thank you to Vice President Renbarger for pushing both of these items through. It's been a long time coming. And last week, several of us had the opportunity to attend the Colegas first annual conference. Myself, Gabby Rodriguez, and Dr. Marcella Klein-Williams presented about the great things Oxnard College is doing to support mentorship and professional development of our student workers. And finally, I will close with saying today is day 189 into the investigation of President Sanchez. I applaud my colleagues for their hard work as we continue to work through the past 6 months of transition. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McKellen. I would like to start off with 4.1, acknowledging new employees. I'd like to welcome Christian Jones, Accounting Technician of Ventura College, Margaret Phelps, Instructional Technology Designer at Ventura College, Sarah Felon, Senior Accounting Technician, and then Tamisha Allen, Administrative Assistant. 4.04, Trustee McCain, thank you for all the work that you've done for our district, our students. I've had a short time getting to be here at the board meetings, but I could see your passion in serving this community, our students, and I hope that we could still work together in the future. You're always welcome at Ventura College at the Mesa Center to meet students and hear their stories. Item 1205 through and 1206, under the consent calendar, we ask that you support and approve establishment of the Assistant Director of Facilities, Maintenance and Operation, and the Student Success Support Specialist for East Campus. Item 12.02, under the consent calendar, we ask that you support and approve the permanent change of the employment personnel status of financial aid technician to be financial aid technician bilingual position. And like my colleague Amparo mentioned, we did attend the Colegas conference last week. I was there presenting on making connections with Latinx students and families. I shared best practices on how to make a sense of belonging on our campus through the MESA program. And I also want to say thank you to all the Board of Trustees for approving an international trip to take students to a STEM conference last month. I'd like to share, if I can, a few words from one of the students who attended, who is also a veteran of our campus. His name is Robert Cuestas. The SACNAS conference was an extraordinary experience. I was able to speak to NASA, the NSA, Amazon, multiple universities throughout the United States for internship opportunities. I was able to acquire direct emails from their representatives to better assess the chances to be accepted to an internship program, as well as I attended an invite-only breakfast with Amazon to acquire a deeper understanding of the roles of the work environment. In addition to the career fair and the meetings, I was able to increase my amount of connections with graduate and undergraduate students from different countries. Overall, the SACNAS conference was a major benefit, building relationships, community, as well as solid bridge and a visual of between the life of an undergraduate student to the future professional that I will be one day. So thank you so much for all the support.
Okay, 6.01, the Associated Students. Want to start with Oxnard? Or whoever.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and student trustee. I would like to start off by saying, mentioning a couple of items on the agenda today. 10.04, thank you to President Goyan and Vice President Rangberger, and anyone who has worked or is working on the student housing project. It's a very meaningful project to me, and I know you're going to continue working hard on this. You're going to change a lot of students' lives, and I really appreciate that. 10.07, thank you to everyone that has been working on the Wi-Fi expansion project. I know every student is so excited for this, including myself. We do appreciate your hard work on this. Thank you. And 4.04, thank you to Chair McKay for serving 12 years in the VCCCD district. We appreciate that. Thank you. The Associated Student Government has continued to table informing students who we are as ASG as a whole, and being out there informing them, as well as getting their input. And our next tabling event will be on the 17th. If you want to join us, that'd be awesome. We are also hosting a fall festival for our fall athletes to introduce them to our students and hopefully get to know them better. And hopefully students continue to show their support. Yesterday, the Student Trustee Advisory Council met, and we're in the starting the process to work together on a campus-wide issue together, which we are very excited about. I would love to work more with our sister colleges, and now we have that chance. Lastly, I would like to recognize Lex Orozco for receiving Condor of the Month. Thank you.
Hi. So unfortunately, Nishad had to work tonight, so I'm filling in for him today. And so something that's exciting that's happening on a campus is that we're conducting a student survey to assess like the needs and wants of students for our campus center. Our campus center is very outdated. It's the original building. And so we're just excited to have change happen within there. And so as for events, tomorrow we're celebrating World Kindness Day 3 days early. And we're doing this by giving out free dessert to students who write letters to someone that they love, or just a letter of kindness. And so another event is that next week we're having our local environmental awareness festival, which we shortened up as the LEAF, like LEAF. And so this is our second annual event where this year we're going to be giving away reusable utensils and other reusable items for students we're going to be giving away reusable utensils for just environmental awareness. And so also on the topic of sustainability, just this past Monday, we approved 2 resolutions. So one of the resolutions is on the subject of sustainable landscaping. And so the call to action for that resolution is essentially changing like our landscaping so it's more sustainable. For example, like our grass areas uses a lot of water. So we're hoping that we can plant more drought tolerant plants, and then also have less water intensive landscaping. And so another sustainability resolution that we had is titled reusable and compostable foodware. So essentially that's limiting the use of a single-use plastic when we give out food for events. And so lastly, we wanted to thank Trustee McKay for all your hard work and your dedication to our district. This year I get to chair our Associate Student Government meetings, and I actually really look up to you for the reason why I continue to attend these meetings. Besides, like, I don't need to attend, but I actually come here because I actually learned a lot from you. The way you chair our meetings, like the board of trustees meetings, like I just tend to like be like, okay, I can do that. Like, so yeah, thank you. Really appreciate you.
That's on Zoom. I didn't see him. See, Trustee Hirschberg.
Hello there. So on the 18th of October, I have stuck to my plan to visiting each of the colleges at least once per month. I also, if can be, will go other days. But on the 18th of October, I was at Moore Park. On the 31st of October, I was at Oxnard. I was supposed to be there the 25th, but unforeseen events happened. On the 1st of this month, I was at Ventura. But besides that, all the associated student government, as well as me, were able to meet up on October 26th during a free day here at the district office to have the Student Leadership Academy, which was hosted by Patty and the Associated Student Government's advisors. It was a fun and insightful academy. Yeah. And we were able to discuss and get to know each other a lot and discuss topics that were important, as well as discuss and recognize certain issues that we all have at all of the colleges. Besides that, there is one concern, and if you didn't see this one coming, you do now, and that is parking. Students don't like that, but of course we understand it's needed and necessary. So at the last stack meeting yesterday, we discussed and worked on solutions, and we are using Patty as our liaison. And one of the things that was noted was that we would like the students to be informed why they are getting charged for parking. We think it would help ease the pain of having to pay for parking if they actually understood where I was going for. Solutions being either sending out an email, as well as maybe putting a sticker on the machine that distributes the day passes. Other concerns as well was explaining how they monitor the parking lot, because it wasn't very well informed within the last email. The allowing of multiple cars, because as it currently stands, only 2 cars are allowed. And though you may think that's, why would you need more? Well, some students, they take the car in which they have that day. There's also concerns between being able to go between the different campuses, especially using day passes. Other than that, the only thing I can say is thank you, Chair McKay, for your service. And every event that we've invited you to as students, I've seen you there. It's been amazing. And at my first conference, even though it wasn't planned for you to originally be there, you were there. And so you will be deeply missed, and you are someone I do look up to. Thank you for your service.
AFT report. Do we have someone? Okay, Ty was here earlier. SCI, yeah.
Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor McLennan. Maria Orenda, representing SEIU Local 99 and providing a report tonight. We are pleased to report that we have concluded negotiations and have reached a tentative agreement with VCCCD on October 28th. With the support of our local, we were quickly able to establish our ratification process, which we did the following week. That included member meetings in person at the DAC and at the 3 colleges. We sent out informative communication to our members and hosted meetings to ensure that questions and their input on the tentative agreement would be eligible to them, and we were able to answer their questions. On November 3rd, we successfully ratified the tentative agreements with over 80% of the bargaining unit voting yes to accept the TA. We once again want to share that we appreciated the professional collaborative approach at this table, and we look forward to be able to use that same approach in future discussions, especially regarding remote work. We did hear from our members. As you can imagine, they're well aware, as everyone in this room is, that our MOU does end and expires on December 31st. And it was very clear from our membership that we should not mean to end remote work nor the benefits that it is providing to us, not just to us as employees, but to our students. And the benefits that this includes that the district can competitively offer now as an employer, and what that means. It is an institution of higher learning and forward thinking, and that will be at the forefront in being able to enhance those experiences and services that our students are entitled to and should receive. We are committed to working with management as we have in the past. It's been, like I said, very collaborative. We're very much looking forward to continue these discussions and also in the remote work committee, and that we can demonstrate that we know how to do this. That's what makes us a great district. We want to thank the board in advance for their support of our tentative agreement. As our director, Michael Haberberger, and chief negotiator said in public comments, thank you for all of your efforts to the board regarding our advocacy for our bargaining unit and their best interest. Lastly, we would like to thank Chair McKay, Diane McKay, for her years of service, her commitment to equity for students and employees of this district throughout her tenure. Diane, your voice, your guidance, dedication to this board, that it works well together. You just made us a better district. So thank you. You were a light and a force, and those in the public service should want to follow. You will be deeply missed, and we wish you well in all future endeavors. We know you're not done in serving your community. And thank you again to the board for this opportunity to be able to report on behalf of SEIU. Thank you.
Thank you. Board committee reports, administrative services, Vice Chair Mantooth.
Yes, the committee met on the 27th of October and discussed a variety of issues, most of which have been brought forward onto this agenda, having to do with either human resources actions or policy. The item which far and away got the most attention was the proposed policy on district reserves, which is also on tonight's agenda.
Looking forward to that
Trustee
discussion.
Perez, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. And PASS did not meet, or do you have a report? Okay, Trustee.
So the PASS committee did not meet. The district did not have any policies that were ready to present. So our board agenda needed to be published by Friday, which I believe is October 14th, and the meeting was scheduled for October 18th. And since there wasn't anything that the district was presenting in policies, the PASS committee did not meet for that reason. Now, I did look at the meetings of the Administrative Services Committee, and I was surprised to see that the board policy on reserves was brought forward to this meeting, because if you look at the minutes on page 58 of the Administrative Services Committee, under 7.01, action to approve board policy 6305 reserves first reading. If you look, I believe it's the third sentence. It says that regarding the policy, because the district council and administrative services met on October 20th, they said, and then at that time, I believe, or actually they might have met before, but the chancellor's cabinet is when they reviewed it. And it said it would also be presented to the Planning, Accreditation, and Student Success PASS Committee and will be forwarded to the full board as a first reading in November. So reading the notes, I was surprised, and I was curious how the decision was made to move the board policy to this meeting. Oh, this is November. Sorry, what I was thinking with the board policy, how was this moved? Because I know it didn't come to the PASS committee. So I was surprised when I read this, because I know we had talked about the reserves policy in the planning, planning accreditation and student success, that this was something that we wanted the full board to look at, because I remember when you and I were in it, we said this might be a full board discussion. And I was reading this and I was thinking, how did it come, or how was the decision made to just have it go through accreditation and then come to the meeting? Because I know we have said this is such an interest, and I know Trustee Chancellor has been for the last 4 years that we've been trustees saying that, what about a reserves policy? And so I was surprised to see it come forward as a first reading without having come to us. to be able to discuss it, or as a full board to get to see it together for the first time before we have a first reading?
Mostly it's a timing issue. It has to be passed by January, I believe. And so if we don't have a first read tonight, so that there's an opportunity for a second read in December, and then a final, it's just, it was a timing issue.
Do you know how it was? Well, okay.
That's all I know. That's all I know. sir.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, and I know that this is your last meeting, so it might be just come for us that is here. This one was such in our board conversation, something that was such a interest of the entire board. And I want to say that the one I heard the loudest and the clearest was Trustee Chancellor. So I was very surprised, and and at this point, if Trustee Chancellor wants to share, but I was very surprised it didn't come through us, because we've been talking about this reserves, particularly Trustee Chancellor. So I think if there was a committee that perhaps this one could have gone through to be able to discuss it, it would have been our committee. And my hope is that as we move forward, I know I've mentioned it before, is to take a look at these policies, and it might be at the district level to decide which policies go to what committee, particularly as, we're listening to, or people are listening to the board to say, but Trustee Chancellor has expressed a huge interest in reserves. Perhaps this one should go to a committee that Trustee Chancellor is in, because he has a lot of recommendations or questions about reserves. So if it has to be worked through a committee, maybe taking that into consideration as we move forward.
I appreciate that. I will say that Trustee Chancellor and I were really looking forward to being able to do at least one discussion on this together before I was off the board. So he and I had talked about making sure at least was on one agenda, because who would want to miss that with Trustee Chancellor and I talking about reserves again? And so anyway, so that was part of it. And it may not get finished tonight, but I at least wanted to, it's been a passion of mine as well for quite some time. So at least Josh and I will get tonight to talk about it. Thank you, though, for your comments. And Trustee Chancellor.
Can we go back to the Admin Services Committee minutes?
betcha.
I have a question on that. And I'd like to just piggyback on Trustee Torres. I was a little frustrated that this reserve policy, because looking at the minutes and hearing from Vice Chair Mantu's report, it sounds like you guys had a lengthy conversation that, again, puts a tough situation is going into first read. We have 2 trustees that had that lengthy conversation, and then we have 3 that didn't. So it's a little hard, but there was a question that at the very end, and I don't mean to put President Hoffman's on the spot, but it says Dr. Hoffman's question, the timeline for implementing the level of reserves continued in the board policy. Was that in reference to the timeline of passing this board policy, or I was just trying to understand what that was? I know we're going back in time, sorry.
My question was around whether we were going to build the reserves to that level, initially trying to do it in this year or over a period of time.
In regards to the pass committee, I sent the Chancellor and Committee Chair Torres a couple items in regards to sustainability and in regards to creating some policies on that as a sample. So I'm hoping that just starts the process, and I'm hoping to get to a first read at our next pass committee meeting in regards to sustainability on the purchasing and things of that nature. And ironically, it's very similar to our student government, or students in student government, that referenced sort of implementing some best practices. It'd be a lot easier to do that when there's the policy behind it. So sounds like a good starting place.
Calendar is next. Just a reminder that 8.01 has been pulled, so consent calendar is 9.01 through 12.09. Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull? Trustee Chancellor.
10.07 and 10.10, please.
Okay. Anybody else? May I have a motion for the consent agenda minus 10.07 and 10.10? It's been moved by Trustee Torres. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Hirschberg. All those in favor, student trustee? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Trustee Chancellor, 10.07.
Okay, 10.7 is the action to approve Oxnard College Wi-Fi expansion project. I'm just curious, it sounds like we did, I think it is referenced as a piggyback option. Was there the option to send this out to like a low bid model? Like, is that an RFP for a low bid? Is that what it's? No, that would be different. But just to use the low bid model?
It could have gone out on an RFP. Oftentimes it doesn't happen for technology services, but it could have gone that way. The issue was the cost, the expenditures are coming from CARES institutional funding, which needs to be spent by June 30th, and that would not have allowed time to do that. So we went through CMAS, which is the California Multiple Award Schedule, which we do occasionally, not always, but we do it occasionally. And so that was the primary reason for doing that. So that's best pricing that comes through the federal government and through the California Multiple Award Schedule.
Okay, and then it says the total project cost is not to exceed $1.3 million.
Correct.
Is there an estimation on what the project will actually cost?
It's going to be close to that number, but not to exceed that amount. So it's maybe it's going to be 1.25, maybe it's going to be 1.275, but it's not going to come in at 600,000. So
then-
it'll be close to that
And then
amount.
just for a project of this size moving forward, if we could include or at least a link for the actual contract of what's included in it,
Sure,
that would be helpful.
sure.
And then 10.10. This is the 311 Q. So looking at the actual document that we send up to the state chancellor's office,
Which page?
I'm sorry, page 113.
Okay.
Looking out at the fund balance, the ending fund balance, there seems to be a difference in what we're projecting for the end of this year than what we did at our last 311 Q. So this, if you recall, we used to sort of project that we would be dropping by $20 million or something. And now we're not, which I'm very happy to see, but I guess I'm curious as to, was a correction made on how we do the work, or is our budget looking better that we were able to end on a more fiscally sound number?
So this is a snapshot in time. I'm going to let Budget Director Zabas address that because he has more information overall about the numbers, but no correction. It's just numbers, but Budget Director Zabas can help answer that question.
And there he is.
All right, good evening. So in the past, we've had, we typically try and follow our budget. What's happened with this year, we've talked about the emergency conditions allowance and how that's going to inflate our FTES this year. What we did with this one is once we were approved for the emergency conditions allowance, I went ahead and built that revenue into this. Since we will be bringing forward a budget adjustment for that, but I wanted to make sure that that was in there already now. So it's just because of the timing on this particular one.
Okay, so if it was a more traditional year and we didn't have that emergency allowance, we'd still be showing at the end of the year a significant drop.
And that would be largely due to planned spending in 113, 114, and the budget carryover from the prior year.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, moved by trustee Hertzberg. Is there a second?
I can second.
Okay. Moved by trustee Hertzberg, seconded by trustee Chancellor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 10.10?
That was 10.10.
Oh, did we do 10.07? Did we do 10.07?
Yeah.
That was 7 that we just did because I didn't call for the vote. We went straight to 10.10. I thought, yeah. No, I didn't. I just.
So
took
can I
one.
make
So-
a motion for 10.7 and 10.10?
Yes. All right, so
Would you like to second that?
been moved and seconded for both of them. 10 to, we can double vote here, but it's okay. 10.07, 10.10. Student trustee, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. Yes. Go ahead.
your seat plan. I took the time to read it, and thank you for just being so thorough and being able to give a lot of the examples, the work that's going into what is the diversity, equity, inclusion for our students in instruction and student support services just in general. And so I really took the time to read it, right? I just appreciated the work. I know it's a collaborative effort of just everyone, and especially now trying to see what does that look like. And so I really appreciated the work. And so I just wanted to say thank you for being so intentional. And I know all of the colleges do this work, but I got to read more parts, and I wanted to say thank you for that intentionality of really looking into instruction support services to really help our students be able to perform, because it's not just getting them into our campuses, but it's also preparing them to be successful so they're able to graduate and then be successful in whatever career it is that they want to do or transfer. So thank you for doing that work for the entire college. So just wanted the staff to hear and just acknowledge the work. And I was very, very impressed and just really, I was just like thrilled just into reading it. So I wanted to make sure that I just acknowledge the work.
Read a lot of reports. I love these that are structured this way. They kind of go through it, and then there's the action steps at the end, because so it makes it easier. It's just, I wish that every report just was set up like this one, because it's but much more reader friendly. Thank you. Okay. We are there. We are at the reserve policy 1301. And maybe could we start, Vice Chair Mantooth, with perhaps some discussion that went on at the, or if there's some kind of introduction that was planned for this, Dr. Al-Fatah?
So Budget Director's Office, who gave a great overview and introduction of the entire process and why certain words and clauses and principles are used in here. We were planning on having him present that same data that was presented to ASC, which we can do in a minute. And we had integrated some charts that were recommended out of ASC. But aside from that, it's the board's pleasure how you would like to proceed.
He's at the podium.
James, please.
All right, so back again. All right, so what I was hoping to do this evening was go ahead and just walk through a little bit of what we put in this draft policy and a little bit of the logic behind everything that went into it. We did go through a process where a small group from our DCAS group committee got together, which included representation from academic senates, classified, as well as, you know, a couple managers and myself. So we put together the initial policy, and then we discussed it a number of times at DCAS. So the idea with this policy is really to clarify exactly what we should have in our reserves. So one of the things that's there is that that minimum amount that the state is asking for, which is the 2 months of expenditures. And we're clarifying that we're looking at our unrestricted general fund, the fund 111, when we're calculating that. The next piece, and that is what we're calling our general reserve. The next piece is we also have recommended a contingency reserve equal to 2.5% of our expenditures. That would be for general operational things that happen. So typically with a reserve amount that you're setting aside for economic uncertainty, things along those lines, those are funds that you have set aside for your more dire circumstances where we have significant drops in enrollment or significant drops in state funding, where we're not going to be able to have a balanced budget in that particular year, and we're going to need to dip into reserves in order to avoid big cuts. So those you really want to set aside. You don't want to be using those for the one-off things that come up. And I'm sure you've all seen when we have brought requests forward for, you know, to utilize reserves in the middle of the year. So that's the idea of the contingency reserve being there, would be that we would have some funds in addition to that reserve for economic uncertainty, that general reserve. We would have some additional funds set aside for those purposes should we need them. So we came to a recommendation of 2.5% for that. And that's really the reason for that additional amount above the minimum 2 months. The last piece would be that any other board designations would also be set aside. So, the most recent example would be the Oxnard major initiative. That money, it's already been designated. We need to make sure we keep that money in reserve so that we can then allocate that over the next few years. So, and then we do talk a little bit about, how the reserve would be accessed. If we were to access the reserve, it does require a 2/3 vote of the board. So that would be, that piece. And then we also talk about if we did use these reserves, how would we go about rebuilding them? At the policy level, we're saying that they would need to be rebuilt within 3 years. So that would be what we're working on, and that would be either of those reserves. If we go down below them, we would need to develop a plan to go forward and how we're going to replenish those reserves to the appropriate level within a 3-year timeline. So we don't want an open-ended timeline with reserves down low. We want to know that we're going to replenish them. So again, reserves are really their one-time money. So it's there for us to be able to weather short-term impacts or to make changes if necessary. And then the last piece we talk about, designating other things, like I said, major initiatives, that piece would get set aside. 113 and 114 would be designated, are designated, their current designations. So that's really kind of everything we're going through there. So if anybody had any questions on what was in that.
Printed is not being called out if it looks like it's in a different font. So that was just a printing issue if you have a hard copy.
Trustee Chancellor? Trustee Hertzberger.
So it says of the unrestricted general funds, it says that you'll maintain a 2-month total. How do you define 2 months?
So the way we would look at 2 months is you basically look at your planned expenditures for a year. You would want to back off any one-time expenditures or things that are not really part of your annual costs. So for example, this year we have $500,000 that was planned to go over to Oxnard College as a one-time type of money. We also have any carryover from the prior year. So we would back that off of our total expenditures for the year. Then it becomes an exercise. You divide that by 12 months, multiply it by 2 for 2 months.
So when you carry over funds from each year, I'm assuming it's the funds from the previous.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, so we don't want to say that those become one-time money. That's not part of our current year revenue. So you don't want to count that as towards your expenses because that's one-time expenditures. So we don't want to count that as really kind of an ongoing sort of a situation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Chancellor.
So I'm just trying to grasp the recommended changes. So currently we have our 5%, which is mandated from the state. And then we have some board designated accounts. If I look at the page 298, which sort of has listed in the projections, we're taking those dollars and just calling them now total general reserves. Is that a fair
Correct.
assessment? Okay, so moving forward, if in fact this policy were to eventually be passed, we wouldn't have as many board designated accounts, or would we?
No, so at least those designations, our recommendation at this time would be that this would all of those sorts of things like a revenue shortfall contingency, that really falls into that general reserve.
Okay.
We could call out different pieces, but it really just makes more sense to have it all in one.
It's hard to follow. And I think one of the things when we look at policies that change, we sort of usually go with like a new color, a strike through, things like that. So it's a little difficult to grasp. So not only are we is the district recommending to this board to increase the reserves, we're also sort of taking away these designated accounts and wrapping them all into just one.
So let me comment if I may, and then James can jump in. And maybe I'm misconstruing what you said, but we don't have a reserves policy right now. So the language is new, as there's nothing to compare it to. And I think you know that. So the document on the second page, James hasn't walked you through it yet, but we put that there just as an example of what it would look like should this be approved. So I just want to make the comment. Right now, when you look at the 311, you see the numbers, which includes, because the state considers 111, 113, and 114 are all unrestricted general fund dollars. We know that, and we've talked about it, multiple times. We just want to be clear that 113 and 114, even though the state still looks at that way, those are designated dollars for these items that have always been board approved through the budget process, et cetera. James can, well, I would say the other thing when you ask Trustee Chancellor about, can we designate different funds, I would say in the future, the board can always designate other funds, but what we're recommending right now is the revenue shortfall contingency, the STIRS fund, the energy efficiency dollars that are left there, aside from the Oxnard College, which is already earmarked for the next 2 years. Those can disappear and go into the general reserve and or the 2.5%. But in the future, that doesn't mean that there can never be other things that come up if it happens to come up. And James, I don't know if, or trustees, James, if you want to make any other comments about this form, it's not part of the policy. It's just to use as an example of what the policy would do.
Yeah, no,
what it is
I
now.
think we're on the same page. It's high. I think it's just really important that this board's aware that this policy does more than, when you look at it in practice, it's taking a past practice. What we used to do is designating some dollars and ending that, just throwing it all in one reserve. I do find it interesting that as a district, we're recommending some board designated dollars that just go into the general reserve, but then other ones we're saying we can't do that. And so 113, 114, we're saying we're not comfortable designating that in a general reserve for reporting purposes, but the other ones we are.
So 111, because we have talked about many times.
Okay, I guess the confusion part for me and the sense of urgency I've had for 4 years on getting to a reserve policy was, for myself, I felt that, the state says we need 5%. That's the law of the land, right? And now there's new language that I think it's really important to distinguish. It's recommended from the state chancellor's office. It's not a mandate that's saying we need to have 2 months of
It's a mandate if we take the money.
No, they're saying we need a reserve policy.
Right.
They're not saying your reserve policy must have 2 months
Correct.
revenue. So that's a huge difference, because we could have a solid reserve policy that doesn't have 2 months, could just follow the law or have some reserve policy that we all feel comfortable. Because when I was elected to this as a voice of the community, I thought we're holding on to a large amount of money that could be better used serving students than saving it. And now we're saving even more with this reserve policy, even though it's a recommendation and not a mandate from the state. So as it stands now, I wouldn't support this policy. I think that 113, 114, a lot of the language, when you look at the adopted budget booklet, those funds sort of are earmarked. We've been given examples. I remember there was the air conditioning emergency at Ventura College. I can't remember if it was 114 or 113, but it was clearly demonstrated. We have an emergency here, airflow. This was pre-pandemic. We need to address this. We're going to do it during summer. Let's do this. That's just why 113 is here. To me, that's an appropriate place for reserves. It's kind of how we operate it with them sometimes is, well, we have an emergency. We have this savings account for it. But then we're going to ask for 39 million, no, close to $40 million, 39.8 more dollars for even more emergency and potential emergencies. And I think it's too much. I think it's way too much. And I think when we hold on to money for uncertain times, of course, it's important to do that, but we're also, if we hold on to too much money, we're taking away opportunity from students. And I can't support doing it as it stands now.
Anyone else? Trustee Torres.
I think now that we're looking at the reserve policy, one of the things that we've talked about is just having a very transparent process. And when the state sees unrestricted funds, so I'm just going to use the number 78 million because that's a number we've used, a couple of times. They're seeing 78 million unrestricted funds, Ventura County Community College District. This is what they have. So potentially they might be giving us certain supports or not because they say they have this reserve of 78 million. But the reality is it's not because we have some of that fund. I mean, the money's there, but it's already earmarked in funds 113 and 114. So from what I'm hearing is, although those funds are reported as unrestricted reserve money, it's truly not. I mean, they are titled unrestricted, but the reality is they're already earmarked for the colleges because the colleges are going to use them for different things. And this is a savings account for the colleges. And what I'd like to see is something that's just accurate. So if there's funding like Fund 113 and 114, that's going to be to the colleges, not have that money listed under unrestricted reserves because it's truly not. It's going to the colleges. It's not money that as Board of Trustees we can say, or that we can say to the public with confidence that I can say we have $78 million in our unrestricted reserves that we can use, because that's not the case because we have these two funds. So I'm really looking into how can we separate these funds and this would be probably more of a question for the business department because I'm not sure how in terms of budgeting that would work, but I don't want those in the reserves because I can't utilize them. They're earmarked already for colleges. The other pieces I was looking into what would go into our reserves. We have the 5% that we need to have by law. We have the 2% for the EAC that we need to have or a recommendation. And then we have a 2.5% of a contingency reserve. Now, those two numbers, is that in addition to the 5%, right? That we would be, no. Okay.
No, so the 5% is a recommendation that the state has always given us. That number is way too low.
Okay.
Yes, correct. Different in K-12.
Yeah. So that has always been there. That number is way, way too low. And so that's why districts have always set aside other amounts like 5 million for that economic uncertainty. So what the new recommendation is actually the state catching up with other governments and saying 2 months of operating expenditures. So that eliminates that 5% requirement or recommendation and makes it so that it's now 2 months is kind of that minimum. The 2.5% that contingency reserve that we put in our recommendation would be in addition to that 2 months. So the 5% kind of just goes away.
Okay, so it's not in addition to the 5%. Is there a possibility to remove or to have that fund? And I'm trying, and I don't know what the word would be, but it's not in our unrestricted reserve money, because if this, I see it as the state sees this is how much we have as a district. So sometimes they can say, you're not going to get any aid. I'm actually going to send it to another district because you have this amount.
They don't look
Trust-
at our reserves like that.
They don't look at them? Okay.
But let me address that, James, if I may. So Trustee Torres, you may recall that I have said on multiple occasions in this setting at a public board meeting that other districts do not use a 113 and 114, but those dollars are set aside in different funds that are not reported on the 311. The district that I came from before I arrived here did it that way. And we did it, James did an analysis that I had asked him to do of all the different districts. And so I inherited this. There's other ways of doing it. We certainly can look into that. There might be some accounting audit issues that we have to consider. But this is, I think, mostly unique to this district of how this is done. And it's been in place for a long time. It doesn't mean it needs to stay in place that way.
Thank you. And I remember you sharing that. And as a matter of fact, I appreciate it because I remember clearly the Fund 113 in one of our meetings when I was in the Administrative Services Committee, where it was something that the board adopted back in 2012. And it's been over 10 years and there was a reason. And I definitely do want to take a little bit more of a look and for the board to be able to look into this 113 and 114, especially listening to Vice Chancellor Fatal, other districts not doing it and just having some more exploration of what that looks like. And I know the team probably needs to look into auditing, but I definitely want to be supportive of the reserve policy, but I do believe I need to have more information. So just different options. And, you know, this goes back again, what I mentioned earlier about Trustee Chancellor and I know also Trustee McKay having questions, but this is something that if it came through past, we kind of share it. The team has a little bit more time to go back and then maybe for the board meeting, be able to present some information. So as it currently stands, I'm not in support of how it currently looks, but I'm definitely interested in knowing what it would look like, an option of not having 113 and 114 included with 111.
Questions. My understanding is that one of the drivers is why we're looking at a policy like this is because it is one of the conditions of receiving the emergency conditions funding.
Correct.
What is the estimated amount of that emergency conditions funding that we would receive?
About 6 million ongoing.
Okay, year after year?
Yeah, and more than that in the first 2 years.
Okay, and is there a requirement in exchange for receiving that funding that we set aside 2 months worth of expenditures in a reserve policy?
The requirements that we develop a board policy in compliance with the GFOA's recommendations, their recommendation is a minimum of 2 months. And then everything else from there is kind of localized.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what some of the background on this. Also, can you give us a brief explanation of the difference between restricted and designated?
So restricted is something that's legally restricted. There's some outside agency telling you that this money can only be spent in this way. Designated is something where a body, typically a board of trustees, would have set aside money and said, this is how we plan on spending this. That designation can always change, so there's no legal restriction to that, but it is set aside and with the intention of using it for a specific purpose.
Thank you.
Trustee Perez, do you have anything? Okay, Trustee Jansen.
I just want to clarify, because I made a statement and that was that the 5% was mandated from the state. And now I'm hearing corrected language that it's a recommendation.
For the community college system, it's highly recommended, which is different than K-12, which has very specific statute-driven issues. So everybody uses 5%.
Sure.
So de facto.
In our own budget booklet, it says state required 5% minimum. It says the district's designated ending fund balance is comprised of the following categories: state required 5% reserve. So we have to be on the same page here that the state says it's 5%, and based on our own budget booklet, I'm assuming it's correct, it is required that it's 5%. So now I want to, because I respect your question, but I just want to dig a little deeper in it. Are you saying that we will not receive the $6 million in the new funding if we don't have a reserve now that has 2 months of our operating general fund? Or is that a recommendation?
I'll address that. So the requirement is that there is a reserve policy. So the 2% is a recommendation, but certainly every institution is different. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 months. I apologize. So every local agency is different, the size of the agency, the history of the agency, et cetera, and so on. So it does not have to be 2 months. I just will say, however, that this has, I mean, this is for the board to determine. It's the board's, decision, ultimately. It has gone through quite extensive vetting process internally through small work groups, through a larger committee, multiple discussions. Chancellor's Cabinet has seen it a couple of times. It did go through ASC. And, but no, it just requires, as you have stated, Trustee Chancellor, that a policy is in place and the implementation or the approval date is prior to February 28th.
So in our second read, my ask is, because in the last 10 minutes, we've got a lot of conflicting information. Can we please get the actual law written, or what is required attached to what our new policy? Because this is hard. This is hard to be told, yes, you need 2 months.
The law written? I don't understand.
Whatever the actual, to receive this funding, what does our reserve policy have to have? Because 5 minutes ago, we heard it must have 2 months. That was the answer you got. But now we're hearing, no, just need a reserve policy.
I don't think that James said we must have 2 months. However, we can bring something forward, but we also have provided it to the board in the past, the bulletins from the State Chancellor's Office that talk about the whole issue, and the GFAO information. I think the Chancellor has discussed it with the board, et cetera. So we're happy to bring that back.
Okay. And I think this whole board would agree, and I don't want to speak for it, but we don't want to leave money off the table receiving $6 million of ongoing funds. Of course not. However, what my concern is if the state requires that we have 5%, which last year was $9.7 million, but our total ending fund balance is around 78. That's a huge gap. And the reserve policy that I'm looking for shortens that gap or closes that gap a little bit. Now I know I'm including 113 and 114, and part of the reason where I need to get some clarification on including that, ongoing general fund dollars from 111 every year go into 113, for example, because in our last budget booklet, it said we transferred $1.2 million. So these are ongoing dollars that then we place into these board designated accounts that we treat as one-time dollars. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have them, but to not include them into, or not to include them in our stating and the way we think of these reserves as reserves, because we can use them as reserves. If a financial collapse happened and there's something that was so devastating that we needed to use dollars, I don't think anybody would worry, maybe not worry is not the right word, but I think we would end up using these dollars if we had to, if it was a financial collapse of that magnitude. So it's a lot of money to hold on to is what my point is. But for our second read, my ask is some cleanup. Well, whoever is going to work with the chancellor is some cleanup on language so we have our facts straight. And what I mean by facts is what the state actually is requiring us to have, what they're recommending us to have, and that be included in the policy language so we can all see it at the same time, because this has been a frustrating experience for me.
My turn. Unless anyone has something. I'm just gonna say, first of all, the 5%, I've always understood it to be a recommendation. And then we've always recognized that it was too low. That's been for as long as I've been a trustee. There's also was discussion about the 2 months, whether it should be 3 months, 2.5 months, should it be 3 months? And in terms of it being a recommendation, there are a lot of districts, single college districts and multi-college districts that are not in the position that we are in. And so to say that their receipt of these funds is contingent upon them having a policy that has that money right here, right now, we don't even have to, we have to build up to it. But imagine there are districts out there that have a lot less, that to build up to 2 months reserve, general fund reserve is going to take, they're going to have to come up with a process for doing that in their policy as well. So I think that's probably why it's a recommendation, and they don't, when I say recommendation, the people that do look at it is the accreditors come, they do look at your reserves and they look at your, you know, are you handling it correctly? So I have always understood the 5%, even though we say right here, it says 5% required minimum. It's language that we use. Maybe it should have always said 5% recommended, but it hasn't. It has said required, and that's the language that I think most colleges use. And so I'm not overly troubled by that. The 113 and the 114, the reason I don't see those as reserves, and I know, yes, if there was something that we needed to go get them, but those are money that have already been designated to a college. That's the difference to me. They've already gone through the allocation model. They've been designated to one of our 3 colleges. So they're different than the rest of the reserve funds that are kind of sitting within the district's purview. So it's really easy for me to separate those. And as I've stated in the past, I think if there was a thought that the board was going to consider those reserves and would be tapping into those reserves to perhaps avoid a layoff. I mean, colleges can do that when they look at their budgets and they have to maybe not fund a position or dip into their own, you know, reserves or their own 113 or 114. They can do that as we can with our reserves that we set aside, our revenue shortfall contingency. And that's typically what it's used for, is to, as budget cuts come from the state and we have to step down our expenses, it's usually not that a roof collapses on a gym and we have to come up with $7 to $10 million to fix the roof. It's usually that we've got 25 names in front of us or 70 names in front of us that we're going to have to cut their jobs if we don't, balance our budget with some reserves. And typically we kind of step them down and hope that attrition and some other things take care of those layoffs for us. And at least that's been my experience in the past. As to 113, the infrastructure funding model, it was not without controversy when we adopted that. There were some that said we were doing the opposite. Instead of spending one-time money on ongoing, we basically were taking some ongoing money and turning it into one time. So it wasn't done with our eyes closed or with blindfolds on, but we did do that because at the time, and really, just until the last couple of years, there wasn't funding for ongoing maintenance, unfunded maintenance liabilities, and things like that. So we were setting aside money for those items. I mean, even just technology, to keep up with some of the technology needs, that infrastructure funding model was needed by our colleges. Do they spend it all? No, they are setting it aside for larger projects. But if we don't allow them to do that, I don't know how any of these larger projects will ever get done. And so I'm okay with them being removed and not called reserves. They can, attribute them to the college that has them and put them in some other way that they're less confusing. But I don't think it's going to change what the state expects from us on the 311Q unless we do whatever it is that needs to be done from an accounting standpoint so that they're accounted for differently. So I just, for me, the clarity is, I don't think we've been led astray by using the word state required minimum. It's been at least a year, maybe longer, that at conferences, during the budget conferences, they have been talking about moving away from that known understated minimum to the 2-month. And there are a lot of advocates for 3 months, for even a larger reserve than 2 months, that they believe that 3 months is the appropriate number. I hope you guys don't have to go there. I've, been there, don't want to do it again. And, but I think that one thing that this doesn't address that you have asked is you've said many, many times that we should be spending this money on students. But I've never really figured out how. Is it just that you want to tell each college they better spend all their money by the end of the year? Or we're not going to put it in reserves. We're going to put it through the allocation model and divide it up again. There's just things that happen, positions that don't get filled. I mean, we have great colleges that have these innovative programs in cybersecurity and classes and curriculum that come before us all the time. And yes, we just heard tonight that not all of the positions are going to get filled after the process at Moore Park College because it's just not possible. Not all the money's there. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but I've never really gotten the clarity on how this one-time money, or is it just that every year you want to see that the unfunded balance is less? Is that where you're going with this? Maybe you could just help me.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't see it as one-time money because it comes from ongoing general fund. So I do see it as ongoing dollars, number one. And I was going to mention it in the board reports, but I did attend the program review at Moore Park College. And yeah, it was exciting to watch, but it also broke my heart to hear these programs that don't have full-time faculty. They're being run piecemeal together by numerous part-time folks trying to do the work, and there's huge need. And it's hard to hear that and know that year after year, the 4 years that I've been here, we roll over roughly 43% our general fund, which equates to around $80 million, just sits there. That's what it does. So if we came up with a policy that here's a ceiling, here's our ceiling, and everything else, instead of taking $1.2 million or carrying over or whatever it is, we keep putting money into these things. We say we're going to expand programs. We're going to actually fund more at program review. Will it benefit students tomorrow? I think so. I think it will do a lot more than holding on to it year after year.
Okay, well, I'm going to take Trustee Torres's comments. I'm going to say that I believe that if that was the case, if there was a way to fund more for the colleges, that the college presidents would be doing that. I trust how the colleges are operationalized and how the chancellor does that job. And I'm not going to get into it by saying it can't be any more than this. What we do have to get into is it can't be any less than something that what we have in reserves. And that's what's going to be before you. Trustee Torres, you had another comment?
I was wondering, and I don't know if it's going to be a fast turnaround, but the past committee is going to be meeting this month. So maybe the team's able to come to our meeting. What the dollar amount is. So I'm curious to see what the dollar amount is for a 5%, what we currently have in our reserves that we just keep as a district, what the dollar amount is, and then what the dollar amount looks for 2 months. And that would be helpful. And maybe for me, whatever the 5% dollar amount is that we've been holding on to for reserves, and if we just move that for this policy for the time being, then it stays. Even if it's below 2 months, it's not going to be any different from what we've been keeping within the 5%. And I don't know which one's greater or how it looks like. But that would be, I think, a good compromise as we're looking into starting our reserve policy. And now we have a reason to do so. But I think that could be a good compromise. And I don't know what the dollar amount looks like. Oh, is it?
Yeah, James, can you point that out?
Yeah, so if you look at that.
Oh, but for the
page,
2
yeah,
months, do we have what the 2 months look like?
that would be
also?
the general reserve is 2 months.
That's the 33.6 million.
5% is around 9.8 million, and the 2 months is around 33.6.
Okay. I see. I missed. Okay.
At 5%, the revenue shortfall 5 million, this STRS money 1 million. So there's 5, so there's 6, 9. I mean, we're sweeping up those reserves that we had. So we're pretty close with what we already have, which, like I said, we're lucky that we're close. Other districts are not.
The last question that I have, and this is for the Board of Trustees. I know that because this year, and we've been receiving some funding from the government due to the pandemic. I know that for 113, we said we can actually just put a stop, not necessarily that we're going to eliminate it, but we could ongoing money, just say right now, because we do know that we have funding that we didn't have before when this was established back in 2012. There can be a stop. So then you have, it doesn't need to go to that fund. And as soon as, our colleges are letting us know, we've pretty much expanded all of the money, we can again reinstate it. But I know that that's also an option. I'm trying to look at a compromise. I think as I'm listening to our conversation, I think there's different perspectives, and is what is the middle ground and what does that look like? And maybe that can be a conversation that we have where it's one where we're taking everyone's perspective. What does it look like? It's not going to be the best on this side or this other side, but it's one that's more indicative of kind of trying to get to a middle ground for everyone. And that can possibly be something that we look at and just saying, okay, we can put a stop to it because we have funds that we didn't have back in 2012, 13, 14, 15, and so on until just 2 years ago. And I think that, and then we can look into what that stop would look like. Is it, do we come and revisit it every year? But that could also be something to look at. And I say that because I remember being in that administrative services committee with, at that time, Trustee Kennedy, and asking that question. And that's something that, for example, as a board, it's really us deciding because it is designated. And I say that because I also share the concerns that Trustee Chancellor has mentioned about our students and having needs coming to us with additional supports that they have, and also interest in programs, interest of other things we can offer. So the reserve policy in essence isn't just a reserve policy on its own. It goes back into instruction, student services programs because of who we are. So I knew going into a reserve policy, when we look at it in terms of being comprehensive and inclusive, it's looking into everything that our students need. To make the best decision as we move forward. And I know that we're moving fast on it like we tend to do. My experience these 4 years has been, we got to move because there's deadlines. And finally, after 4 years, the only reason we're looking right now at a reserve policy is because we need it to receive the $6 million ongoing. And my question is, if that wasn't the case, would we be visiting it right now? And again, it's a rush process. And I want to shift us from that, where it's inclusive as we move forward. And that's my hope for these next 4 years, to work towards that. So I don't know if this can come back to pass, just to get more input if it helps.
Yeah, I will just say that in April of 2021, we did as a board address whether we wanted to have a reserve policy or not. And the majority of the board did not want to have one. So in April of 2021, we felt that how the district had operationalized the fund balances for the board majority was okay. And so this is now come before us because of this emergency conditions funding, that we don't want to lose the opportunity for our students to get that funding. So that it may seem rushed, but we spent time on it in April of 2021 and had a full robust discussion about it then. Trustee Perez.
Thank you. We've talked on several budgetary topics for a long time on many occasions. And I just would like my colleagues on the past committee to know that at the Administrative Services Committee meeting, which the purpose of committee meetings is try to anticipate questions and issues on any matter that comes before a committee and before it goes to the full board. We were very mindful of previous comments by you, Trustee Torres and Trustee Chancellor, on this topic in this area. And so I like to think we did our due diligence in thoroughly vetting and discussing this matter at the committee level. And so I just want you to be mindful of that. You wanted to be inclusive. Well, we anticipated, as you did in your earlier comments, that this matter would be heard by the Administrative Services Committee and then go to the past committee before coming to the full board. I'm comfortable with the policy as presently presented. And I guess I need to ask at this point a procedural or a timing question. This is in front of us as a first reading. To meet the timeline, do we need to act on the first reading tonight, Chair McKay? Or, or what's the outlook here? And I'm sorry, as I asked that question, I asked it not to preclude any information coming back to the board, and even before the next board meeting, to address some of the questions that have been asked tonight for clarity.
I think the answer was by February 31st, we had to have a policy in place.
February 28th.
Oh, we don't have a February 31st?
Fe-
I was gonna have
February-
one.
February 28th.
I'm having a big party that day. You should come.
If I may comment, and you know better than I at this particular moment about the scope of the past committee versus the ASC committee. But for me, this has been a great conversation. There's a lot of information, not necessarily clear direction about what to bring forward, but there's a lot of information. I have a few ideas about some of that, but I think with the time prior to February 28th, for me, I would at least respectfully suggest that it come to the full board, not to go to pass an ASC again and do that. I think it's best that it probably is in front of the full board. That's my comment. And of course, it's for the board to decide.
What I know to be true is that we could pass this on a 3-2 vote tonight. And I don't want, that's not the last thing I want to do when I leave this board. You and I had spoken and said we wanted to have this discussion while I was still on the board so that I could say my part about it and my historical piece about it. But it's a big deal. And I think that it should be at a position where it still may be a 3-2 vote, but I think that it should be fully fleshed out so that all trustees feel better about that vote when they do it. So that's procedurally, yes, we could vote on it. As chair, I'm not comfortable with our ground rules of hearing everybody out.
And I only asked the question for
No,
clarity.
I understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Hirschberg and then trustee Chancellor.
My general understanding of reserves is that once we build up the reserves, we don't have to add to them anymore, right? Because assuming how our projections of funding is going, we're going to lose funding every year. And as such, we will always have more of a higher reserve. Am I wrong here? Or?
No, it's one-time reserves. It doesn't need to go up as long as you hit the minimum threshold that is by policy or state requirement, et cetera.
Okay, so once we hit that, all the funding then we get for each year can be used towards the students. And though I have seen that there is need for funding in places as being on the campuses, I will say it could be more not a need, but a want, and though it would be extremely helpful and is very close to a need, I do like the idea of having a 2-month minimum. I think going above that, though, theoretically, that sounds great. That's stretching it a little bit. But having 2, I think, is a good threshold because anytime there's a financial collapse, no one sees it coming. Even now, like we kind of see one coming, but it's like when, it's kind of more or less. And so I think we should generally work towards hitting our goal, and then we can spend all that money on the students. And I think, I don't know, that's how I see it.
I'm paying attention to some of the details here. And as this is a first read, one of the points I made that other community college districts have done is they do have a ceiling in their board policy language. And I stressed my goal for having a language or, having language that references that, but the full board hasn't spoken on that. And you said that won't be in the policy. And I said that that is an important language component in a policy for me, but the rest of the board hasn't spoken. And that's where I think having an opportunity for it to go through the past committee to flesh out some of these questions, to have it in the minutes before our next December meeting is really important. I also think that this reserve is going to set a direction for this district for a long time. And we are going to have a new trustee joining us that I think that constituents in that area have, when it's determined who that person is, have voted in. And I think that voice should be included as well. So I want to say thank you for not passing this now and being quick to do that just to do it, and making sure that voice is included in the conversation as well. But I would ask my colleagues on the board to think about and consider, but also to, I guess, share your input on having language that is a ceiling, saying, look, our reserve must be, and that's another request I have, is rather than have the language 2 months, put a percentage on that with a dollar amount. Because when it comes to reserves, I think a lot of people, myself included, are used to a percentage, 5%, 5%. Well, we're going to go above and beyond, and then we have this, but what percentage of our general fund is 2 months? And I don't expect you to have that number now, but I think it's important.
It changes.
Yeah. And I think it's, well, okay, but that's an important aspect. If it does, then where is this sort of window of what we want? And then what do we do if it exceeds that? And I think that's one of the reasons why I think it's important we have language that does have a ceiling, and in our policy explicitly states what we do with those funds. Because if we do have banner year and more resources, revenue comes in, where does it go? Do we just build upon it and say, well, the state recommends 2 months, but shoot, we ended up with 3 months just by nature of having surplus dollars, and we're going to hold on to that too.
I think outgoing board chair should get it, but
If I may, for all trustees, just a comment that certainly Trustee Chancellor, we have all heard you talk about a ceiling multiple times. It was a broad conversation that we did discuss at length, committee, larger committee, not with ASC, but in the end, we looked at different options for having a ceiling or a range and so on. And it did not ultimately get included for a lot of different reasons, which I don't remember all of them right now. But I just want you to all to know that that was a heavy discussion from what happened through the process prior to this coming forward.
It's good to know, but I think an equal participant in that conversation is this board.
No, I understand. I
Okay.
just wanted to
No,
share
I
that.
appreciate that background. So I'm just curious, many of my colleagues on the board have an opinion on it.
okay, then we're going to do one sweep through, and we've already said we're not going to take action on this tonight, and save this for whoever gets to sit up here next. Trustee Hirschberg.
I don't think we should have a ceiling. I do think we should have a minimum. And the reason being is, yet again, as years go by, money fluctuates. If someday we eventually get more, we're going to have to add more. But as our funding goes down, we're going to always have more in our reserves, which should be seen as a plus, because if time do come where events are bad, we're going to have more that we can use, especially in the example of a layoff. I don't think we should lay off any of our employees if we can. And having no ceiling will guarantee us a ability to thoroughly pay people. For example, if we assume that this is like the current amount that is projected is going to be the highest that it ever is, as our funding goes down, it just means we have more. No? Well, no, I know it's not I'm just saying projection.
Okay. Vice Chair Matthews, anything on the ceiling or anything else?
At a previous meeting, I spoke to this issue. I don't want to be at the risk of being redundant. I will only say that we need to be very wary of absolutes. And there are some of us of a certain age that have been through economic downturns and the pain that that can cause to our students and to our staffs for lack of prudent reserves.
I think Trustee Chancellor's question has been previously answered by the majority of the board regarding its interest in setting a maximum, a ceiling, which I do not favor.
I I think it's healthy in any type of work group, trustees, that we just include people's perspectives and see what that looks like. So I would be in support of exploring if a ceiling, what that would look like, if we can do projected look at it as opposed to just dismiss it. I think when we look at numbers and we have a certain idea, I think it makes more sense. And so I definitely want to be inclusive. I think at this moment in time, I want to be respectful of that. A lot of the times it's always been majority vote. I don't think it's necessary. And I kind of want us as a board, as we move forward, to say, I see what you're saying, and then work alongside with the staff and say, is there something, can we work along? What would it be a ceiling? What would that look like? And then moving forward and with numbers, visual. I know I'm very visual. I think in working with Trustee Chancellor in committee work, and when he was, just in the board, he's also very visual and appreciates being able to see projections. What does that look like? And I do as well. And I think as we move forward together as a board, that's helpful. And so I would want to be supportive of exploring what that would look like, a ceiling, the benefits, and also if there are benefits, and also if there isn't, and what that is, the implications of it. And I think when that's presented, then somebody can say, oh, I see it now. I understand now that I can see it. You're right. You know what, you're right. And so now I'm going to move forward. And I think a lot of what I've seen these last 4 years has been decisions based on a vote. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? Do you not? You know what? We've been talking for such a long time on this. Let's move forward. And that hurts. That really hurts the spirit of the team. So my hope is I'm in support of exploring what a ceiling would look like, with the hopes of coming together collectively as a board and move forward together in decisions for really the benefit of everyone who makes up our district.
Say that I have thought about a ceiling. I've thought about it a lot for a long time, and there are very few districts that have them. The percentage, the 2.5 month thing is a little weird for me too, because there's inflation. It's like you said, expenses change. I would think that after a few years, we're going to have a pretty good idea of what 2.5 months is as a percentage, and it will
2
probably
months, 2 months.
2 months. I'm sorry, I want 2.5 months.
You picked my number from before. I apologize.
I know, but so 2 months. So I think we'll get an idea what the percentage is, but with inflation, that would be built in if it was a percentage. With 2.5 months, we can set a number today, and next year, 2 months is going to be more than that. And so we're going to have to add, if inflation continues in its current form, which we hope it does not. So anyway, that's that. And I do think that we have worked. I think we have had robust discussions about it, and simply because we don't agree doesn't mean we haven't listened. We just don't happen to agree. Trustee Hirschberg came the closest night to something, and I'm not sure what it is, and I'm going to have to leave it to y'all to figure out, that once you hit the reserves, that then maybe you work real hard to see how that money's going to be spent on students. But as I said, I trust these 3 college presidents in front of us and the staff, that's what they do. The academic senate presidents are not going to sit over there and not have programs funded if they think we're sitting on too much money. They're just not that quiet. Sorry. I mean, so please, this is a big discussion, and I will entertain your comments.
So as part of the folks that are working on the second reading of this document, I personally.
You'd like some board direction?
Yes, I would like some board direction, and it requires, an understanding of all the time that is required, staff time to work and do all the research and all that. And part of your ground rules, right? That requires the majority of folks are interested in either more information on this or less information on that. So on a particular item, I felt like we received, but I personally don't know what this should look like when it comes back to the board.
I'm not going to be
You,
sitting.
you said that much more succinctly and directly than I did. Thank you, Eric. He's the new co-chair of DCS, by the way.
Okay. I mean, for me, this was enough. This right here was enough for me. It showed how we were combining it, but I've been looking at these things for a while, so I can't speak for everybody. I thought this did a really good job of breaking out the reserves that we do have and moving them along. I think that since I would vote yes on this tonight, and I support this, I think the direction of what more is needed and how far we need to go with that, we need to be real careful on what you're asking for. Again, being respectful of staff time. And this isn't a board majority asking, what is it that you need to, you don't feel like this is enough to pass, but would you ever pass it without the ceiling? Is it a waste of their time?
No, you put me on the spot here. No, it's not a waste of anyone's time. Yeah, there you go. No, it's not a waste. Thank you for that. No, it's not a waste of time. One of the things that has always troubled me about is, well, what do we do with the extra funds, right? And traditionally, we've taken ongoing funds from 111 when they are unspent or carried over, and correct me if I'm wrong, but then we place them in 113. So in an odd way, it does keep growing. And I understand that there's a need, but I think some perhaps tighter language or some clearer language on maybe another option for that, taking ongoing dollars and putting them in one-time funds would be appropriate. And then the big philosophical challenge for me is, I've said it numerous times and I don't want to be redundant, but I think we're holding on to too much money. So is there some room, and is there some room to explore that? And without a board majority, I'm going to respect what the board majority wants, but and I have to I have to sleep well at night too, and that is knowing that I think there's, with the dollars that we're holding on to, we could do more. Yes.
2 months too much? Is that, are you saying that what the state is suggesting we should do and recommending we should do is too much for you? Or is it because of the 113 and 114 being added onto it that it's too much?
Yeah, I for me, if we're treating these reserves as like emergency situation, that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, on the historical sense, the last economic crisis that this district went through, that trustees refer to a lot, a certain age. I mean, that's what you said. Did we tap into our reserves?
Yes.
Okay. To what extent? And I think that's important. The reason why I bring that up is we're all saying, well, we need these reserves for troubling times. But do we have explicit language, or do we just say, well, this is bad enough, but this is worse, this is not? So I think some tightening of language of what we're actually, the trigger, so to speak, on using these reserves shed some light, and maybe would say, okay, we truly do need these, but at least we have the mechanisms in place on how we're going to use them and when.
Well, those are the really tough board decisions. I saw the word exigency and I'm like, it's a fancy word. And how are we going to describe that? We did do layoffs. We didn't spend all the reserves in lieu of layoffs. We did do layoffs. We cut programs. I have always said this, that I hope those were extraordinary times we don't go back to, because we literally had unfunded FTES, and that is where we spent our reserves, because we did allow students to come, and we were basically, I don't want to take up too much time, but we were basically betting on other districts not making their numbers, and that there would be some leftover FTES and we would get that in the end, and we didn't always win. So we were paying for students that the state was not paying us back for. And that's how we spent the reserve. So we did spend them on students. We didn't turn away as many students as the state would have liked us to. And that's how we spent the reserves. And unfortunately, we did still lay people off, and we did still cut programs, but we still educated more students than we got paid for.
Okay. And I guess on a simpler form for me, when I look at our reserves and then 113 and 114, without repeating myself, I look at it as those are our ending fund balance. It's our savings account. And yes, they're designated for certain uses at the colleges. I understand that. But for state purposes, and I think this is an important distinction, is there anything preventing us for state purposes and reporting saying this can be included as part of our 2 months, 2.5 months, 3 months, whatever it is? I don't think the state would reject our plan if we said we are going to include those. And if we did include those, would we need such a large amount? And could we utilize those dollars for ongoing costs now? Competitive salaries, increased in this, or student services, whatever it is, or full-time faculty. I heard in program review, I'm sure there are classified. I mean, the list goes on and on. We know the list is there. So the state, I don't think, would deny our reserve policy if we included those for calamity.
I know you too well because I actually understood you when you said that whenever we started this conversation a couple of meetings ago, that's where you were. So, Dr. Hoffman, this is a big night. Talking to everybody.
By one of your points. So when the Essex funds are put into 113, they're still in our minds conceptually one-time funding, and that funding does allow the colleges to spend it on things that the students need. So that is where a lot of times we are able to have additional student resources and additional things for students because of that excess money. So that's just a real tangible thing. I wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Hoffman, so yeah, it's a thought I've been having. There's one of the context of considering reserves is for emergency use or, those dire consequences that will cycle around at some point. And for that reason, having reserves that are truly reserves for the purpose of meeting those needs is important. If we didn't have 111, 113, or got that right?
113, 114.
114. And we did hit an excess of the fund balance that whether we had a cap or not, but it was beyond the 2 months or whatever. Typically what would happen if we were a single college district, for example, we would be, as we went through our budgeting process, we'd be looking for a way to spend down those one-time funds that were in the excess, part of the fund balance, to do exactly what we do in these special funds, these designated funds that are happening at the college. So in a sense, we're actually being very prudent, both looking on the emergency side and on the forward planning side for programs, student experience, student success, all those other things, by building up these funds at the colleges. It's really, in a sense, it's truly, and I'm grateful that we put it this way, it's a win-win situation for both of those purposes. So I'd be cautious about considering those planned funds for those one-time projects or those special needs at the campus level to be considered the source of emergency funding for the district, while we have this other potential of having a fund balance to meet that need.
Up. We're not going to vote on it tonight. I appreciate the conversation. In term, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So I think in terms of board direction, Trustee Chancellor, I'm going to ask you to talk to Dr. Alfatale and talk to Dr. McLennan. I like the solution of 113 and 114. I thought they were kind of an elegant solution when they were created for money that wasn't spent, but you can only spend it once. It's left over. It's kind of like you didn't spend your full grocery budget and you have leftover money. You can go to the movies with it, but you only get to spend it one time. So we do turn it into one-time money. And yes, the next week you might buy more groceries with it. And I think that's kind of your point. Buy more groceries with it, feed the kids more right now. And so maybe, maybe you think that everything can be budgeted tighter. I don't know. Again, I have a general trust in how the colleges budget and how the committees work to do that. But in board direction tonight, what they've heard is that Trustee Torres and you, Trustee Chancellor, need a little bit more explanation and time. I don't know what that looks like. And so rather than take more of everybody's time tonight, I am going to ask you to turn that into some real asks that are actionable and not horribly time consuming, because I know a lot of time has been spent on this already, and not just here at other districts. And we've followed some best practices here. So that's kind of my ask back to you, that, we're going to not move on this tonight because that's just not the way I'm going to roll. We're going to stick to this and hope that you guys can come to some conclusion that makes everyone feel good. Like I said, for me, it's an elegant solution. I am going to have to ask for a break at this point. I see other people sneaking off to the restroom and I haven't been able to do that. So I'm going to do that, and then we will come back and move on to our next item. making our way back so that we, end today. Okay. Trustee Perez is back. Next item, 1302, action to approve board policy 7100, commitment to diversity revised. I have a motion or something. It's moved by trustee Torres.
I'd second that, but I have a comment, if I
Okay.
may.
All right, it's been moved and seconded by Vice Chair Mantooth and discussion.
In the penultimate paragraph, I believe there may be a syntax error. It talks about the existence of systemic racism and is committed to abolishing them and adopting anti-racist practices within the VCCCD. I think you can eliminate the word them, and that would read a lot better.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so with that adjustment is there any other further discussion or questions? Yeah. Okay. All right. Student trustee. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, aye. And although we went through that pretty quickly, especially compared to the reserves, but this is so incredibly important to the board. So I don't want to just rush right through it without, this is what we've been talking about for a long time of getting our, hiring practices and all of the language and all of the diversity. It starts with who works for us. And so this commitment to diversity does that. So thank you for the work and bringing it to us so succinctly. Okay. 1303, the action to approve board policy, college police. All right, was there a motion?
Approval?
Is there a second? Moved by Vice Chair Mantor, seconded by Trustee Perez. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Chancellor.
Am I correct in recalling that in the past, the chief of police reported to the vice chancellor of business services?
It has moved. I will say that.
It's what?
I think most recently it may have, but
Okay.
it has moved over the years.
To the chancellor.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it references or designee, is there someone in mind, or I should say a position in mind? Or is that just an absence of the chancellor? Because that is referred to a lot.
Presently, police report to me. They have reported to the chancellor. Most districts, it reports to the chancellor or student services or business. So there's a couple different ways of doing it, depending.
So currently in practice in this district, the chief of police reports to your department.
Correct, for the
Okay.
last few years.
Will this policy change that? Because it's referred to that the chief of police will report to the chancellor.
I'm sorry, did it say chancellor or designee? Wasn't or
It says
designee added?
chancellor or designee.
Yes, or designee. I would be designee, for instance.
Okay, so I think that's important because if we're saying it's going to report to the chancellor, but in our district in practice, it's going to be the vice chancellor, then why not just put vice chancellor? So I want to make sure we're accurate in what we're doing in practice in our board policy. I'm happy with leaving the language if in fact the chief of police does report to you, but if the chief of police is in all practice going to report to the vice chancellor, then we should state that.
Trustee Torres?
Just wondering what we do.
I was wondering if it says chancellor or designee, because ultimately the chancellor is the person responsible for anything regarding the chief of police, but then you can designate vice chancellor Al-Fatale if he's okay, you can oversee him, but ultimately I'm the one responsible for the chief of police. Because the reason I ask that is because I kind of like that you're also in, because it's a chief of police, and I do believe the chancellor should have some involvement in the supervision or just dialogue, and then maybe have the vice chancellor of business be of support or designee depending on, I don't know. I kind of like you being in charge just because it's such an important position. A lot of times things come our way. And so it's nice to be able to know that the chancellor is the one who is in communication with our chief of police and is aware of everything that's occurring, their dialogue and anything that happens in our campus. The chancellor is the one who is aware and is working with the chief of police. So and a designee, I would see like in your absence, or if, you know, you designate someone to be there, you know, or be there for the chief of police. I don't know if that makes
Thank
sense.
you. Thank you for those two comments. I would prefer at this point the flexibility of being designated as the person responsible or a designee. As I discussed with the board previously, I really am looking at organizational structure and roles and responsibilities. And I think I need a little more time to make those decisions. I'm definitely going to be engaged in the onboarding or selection and the onboarding of the chief of police, that role when it comes on. And I'll be working very closely with Dr. Al-Fattel. And should there be a transition, then we'll make that decision in due time.
Second question, seeing if there's an interest. It says report. This is on page 309. It says report regarding complaints. It says the chief of police shall provide the board when requested with a report regarding complaints against the police department and police officers. I would like to take out that word when requested and put an annual report. I think that's important information for the board to receive, because complaints could be occurring. We may or not be aware of it. I think a simple report that we receive once a year would be appropriate. I don't know if there's interest in that language addition, though.
I can support that change, Chair McCain.
Okay. I mean, I like to think there wouldn't be a complaint every
Right.
year to have to report about. So that was my,
That would be good
my
news to hear.
hesitation. So. Just Vice Chair Mantry?
I will amend my motion to reflect that. Be mindful of the burdens we put upon staff for all of the reporting which the board receives. But this does appear at this point in time to be something that is of great interest.
Who, the second came from Trustee Perez?
I guess so. If I.
Yes,
I
okay. All
rec-
right,
I
so you're okay with the
supported
second?
the change. Yes.
Okay. Trustee Hirschberg.
So I have two things. The first one is when talking about reports, it says it must disaggregate the complaints, and I'm fine with that, but is giving complaints still anonymous viable? Because if there's an actual serious issue, I would imagine you would want to give a complaint anonymously instead of giving out your information.
I mean, like certain complaints, I think would fall under personnel issues and something we would hear in closed session. So I think that's would be the judgment. He reports to the chancellor, and so the chancellor would see the report first and decide whether it's delivered to us in closed session or open.
No, what I'm saying is if, let's say I had a problem and I
Right.
wanted to put in a complaint, do I need to put in who I am? Can I just give the complaint?
Yeah, we have whistleblower policy on that protects
Okay.
you, that you can complain anonymously.
And a second thing, it's more of a definition thing in the part about working with local police force. It said operations responsible for investigations of following violent crimes, willful homicide, forcible rape. Isn't all rape force, like, because it's saying forcible rape? Couldn't you just put rape? Like, I know that's a little silly of a technicality, but
Why can't I think?
I think that's a statute issue, probably, but I would have to confirm that.
Yeah, wait, let's just leave that language in case it is.
Okay, just,
Says statutory rape or something like that. I just-
okay.
Okay, everyone good? All right, student trustee, vote please. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes, with that amendment. No board members absent. Need a motion to approve a 30-day extension to participate remotely. Moved by trustee Perez, seconded by trustee Torres. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Student trustee, yes. Motion carries 5-0. And 16. Here it is. Dun, 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 dun. The action to approve the tentative agreement between the Ventura County Community College District and the Service Employees International Union.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? I just want to thank everyone on the bargaining teams on both sides for working so hard and getting this agreement done. Thank you very much. All those in favor, student trustee? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. 16.02, action to approve increase in compensation for all regular and classified, including confidential supervisor, managers, and administrators. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by trustee Perez, seconded by trustee Hirschberg, that we do all those things. I could say again, increase in compensation for all regular, non-union, classified, improvement, confidential supervisor, managers, and administrators. Is there any discussion? Okay. Student trustee? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Student trustee, yes. We are making progress now. Okay. No accreditation update. We're going to hear about Moore Park College. President's report. This Chancellor, you're going to do this part for me.
Thank you, Chair McKay. Again, we've asked all three presidents to collaborate on a presentation tonight, and it's involving the Student Transfer Achievement Reform Act of 2021, which is AB 928, I believe is the number. And then the another bill 1111 requiring community college to establish common course numbering. And both these issues are coming clear into focus through various statewide efforts and committees and the impact that it's going to have on our colleges. So we've asked them to, and down the road, it will have implications for the board in terms of potential policy decisions or other issues that may come up as they relate to these two bills. So I don't know who's starting, but the three of them are okay. Julius, go ahead.
Thank you. As Chancellor mentioned, the pieces of legislation that are newly initiated and approved by all really have to do with the notion of the completion agenda. So as our board of trustees, you have signaled through your board goals, through the strategic plan for the district, that making sure that students complete on time, and making sure that students have access and the resources to support their completion is of value, and that we are doing this with an equity lens and putting students in the center. This particular movement is a national movement, and it's a national movement that goes back about a decade. We also see this focus on student completion and the completion agenda clearly represented in the California Community College's Vision for Success. The two pieces of legislation the three pieces of legislation that we'll be discussing are all really aimed at addressing improving retention and outcomes for students. They provide pathways to transfer. They encourage us to implement decisions based on data and informed data strategies, and that we identify retention and attrition challenges as we do that work. Again, the completion agenda argues that for students to complete on time, they need to be able to afford the experience, and that emphasis be on experience, and that it is upon us that we invest in transforming higher education so that we can be the change that we would like to see in the world. So we talk about the national, we talk about the California framework, and then the legislation that is coming down the pike, or that has been made, and that we need to be cognizant of the impact on us as a college district. So in our presentation, we're going to talk about what's happening right now, what is the process moving forward, and then we will focus on the highlight and proactive VCCCD steps that can be taken. First and foremost, we look at the national landscape, and there's numerous research that has been done on making sure that the completion agenda helps to meet the workforce demands of the country. There's literature that looks at the import of guided pathways in helping us get not only students through the pathway to success, but connecting that to the work of equity, connecting that to the work of achievement that we see as significant and of importance. This work is about justice. This work is about equity, but this work is also about meeting the needs of our workforce. And as you will see, next slide, please. As you will see in the next slide, we focus on the vision for success, because it is not only a way of reaffirming equity, but it is also a way of making sure that the trust that our community has put in us as community colleges is addressed through increasing degree and certificate attainment, increasing transfer to four-year institutions, securing gainful employment, reducing the excess unit accumulation by students, closing equity gaps, and of course, closing regional achievement gaps so that all parts of the state can be invested in economic recovery. So we present this to you today in the context of the goals and the strategic directions of the district. We present it to you in the context of the national debate on completion and equity, and we present it to you as a reaffirmation of the work that we're doing at this district, but bearing in mind that it is going to move us in a certain direction that will be challenging, and that will continue to ask us to put students at the center. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Dr. Huffmans.
Great, thank you, Julia. So Rock, if you could advance to the next slide. So when we're looking at kind of major legislation, we've all seen our legislators be more involved in community colleges. One of the big things that happened even before we discuss this is the movement for the ADTs, and that made a huge change in our whole structure and our business that we do. There's other legislation as well, and we're going to go into details in the next slide, but the AB 705, which the following legislation, the follow-up legislation was AB 1705, then AB 928, and then AB 1111. So if we'll go ahead and switch to the next slide, and we'll make sure that you have this PowerPoint, and I'll ask Michelle to send it to you following this presentation. So as you know, with AB 705 and then now AB 1705, the legislation was concerned that not all community colleges had removed their remedial, particularly English and math classes, their pre-collegiate classes. And so there was frustration among the legislation that we were still funneling students into these classes, these remedial classes. So it was important that that the language was strengthened, and that's what happened with 1705, that there's tighter guidelines and more direction for colleges moving forward. So there are a few exceptions, but in most instances, students are being directed or recommended to go into college level English and math. Some of the exceptions would be potentially our disabled students, students who didn't graduate from high school. And then if there are other students that are being recommended for the remedial path, they're asking that colleges have data and research that supports that these students are more successful or can be more successful with these remedial classes. So it just really strengthens that legislation. And so then the next one is AB 928. So this is one of the newer ones. AB 928 is the, as Julie had mentioned, the Student Transfer Achievement Reform Act. It was signed this month into law by Governor Newsom. What's happened is there are two bodies that are looking at this legislation and making recommendations. The first one is the Intersegmental Committee on the Academic Senates, and it's called ICAS. And these are our faculty that are very involved in as part of their 10+1 in related to curriculum. And then the other group is an AB 928 committee. So ICAS is a faculty senate group. There are 3 senates. There's the Senate from the UCs, the Senate from the CSUs, and the Senates from the California Community Colleges. So represented faculty from these 3 constituency groups looked at how they can streamline curriculum and really make sure that the transfer pathway is clear and excess units aren't being expected from students. And it currently, and Eric mentioned this earlier, the California community colleges have already adopted and approved the recommendations from this group that I'm going to go into in just a little bit. They did have one caveat, and Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, that they did request that the lifelong learning area E be a graduation requirement, a lower division graduation requirement, instead of one of the conversations that they were having is having it as an upper division, and that would not make students able to take that at the community college level. So next slide, please. So the 2 essential objectives for AB 928 is to have the lower division general education curriculum pattern streamlined and tightened up. It's not to lengthen the common pattern that was the IGETSI pattern that it had 34 units. So it's needed to stay at 34 or even reduce. And so that's kind of where we are with this. And just that tighter alignment with our ADTs and the real clear pathways from the community college to the CSUs as well as the UCs. Next slide, please. So here's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. The new terminology, and my understanding, this is the idea of the students, is CalGETSI. So they've changed it from IGETSI to CalGETSI. And it is streamlined with the recommendations to 34 units. UCs did not have the requirement for oral communication. They are now going to accept that, which is one thing that the CSUs wanted. And obviously the community colleges had that too. One of the big things that, I'm going to talk about it a little bit, and Oscar's going to talk about it in some of the follow-ups, is the exclusion of lifelong learning and self-development. So these are courses that involve like our health classes, our nutrition classes, our dance classes. It also includes our kinesiology, intercollegiate athletics. So those will no longer be part of the general education pattern at any of the institutions. And that's going to have big impacts on us. Another area too is we have been and had lots of success with some of our counseling classes with really helping them with navigating college and understanding their career options and career pathways. And so we're going to have to look at those classes as well in counseling that have been a big success and supporter of our students' achievement. The other thing is UCs will remove its language requirement other than English proficiency. So that may impact our language classes. And then in the areas of arts and humanities, the communities colleges required 9 units. That'll go down to 3 to 6 units. So 2 3-unit courses. And then the last thing that the UCs have adopted that were already at the community college and the CSUs was the ethnic studies portion. So as you can already probably envision, and I've kind of alluded to some of the concerns that we have and what things that we're going to have to navigate. I just came back from 3C2A, which is the California Community Colleges Athletic Association. I'm on their board of directors, and they really talked about for the community college that athletics is a huge component of equity and success, both at our colleges as well as statewide. Athletes tend to do better in their persistence and completion than our traditional community college students. And so that success metric is an important metric. Also, our athletes bring a lot of diversity to our campuses too. So in that respect, if they are not getting the credit for the work they do in those areas, it could make it where they're taking more units and not receiving the credit to transfer. So those are some of the concerns, and I know that Oscar's going to talk about those more. The next slide, please. So when you get this, I'm not going to go through this, but this actually shows kind of the details of what I summarized on the previous slide. So next slide, the last bit of legislation is AB 111, and it's the common course numbering for all community colleges. It is supposed to be adopted by July 1st, 2024. So I think that there's a semantics here. It's adopted. There is no way we can actually have common course numbering by that period of time, because one of the obstacles, or one of the things that has to be worked out, is AB 928, because we need to know the general education pattern in order to have the common course numbers for all of our general education classes. And this is a Diane-ism. Diane, how many units should everything be? So I think that this is going to go a long way in achieving that, because everything has to align, not only the common course numberings, the units, and the curriculum that's required to be. We've done some work in that area with regards to our CID, but there's a lot more to do. So let's see. It's going to be a significant curriculum undertaking, as you can imagine, necessitating hundreds of courses and programs to be officially updated. So, so that's kind of the basis of that. So next slide, please. So some of the things that we need to look for, and that will be following up as this legislation moves through all of its approvals, but professional development is going to be huge, especially for our counseling faculty, because things are going to be different, and we're really going to help make sure that we understand all the nuances of this legislation so that we can help our students better navigate it. Also, we're going to need a lot of support and updated student services around it. It's going to require major curriculum changes. So we'll have faculty support and curriculum development, college and support for college curriculum committees, support for our district curriculum committees, because there's going to be catalog changes, a lot. And then always, as we've found out, technology is a huge piece of it. So we'll be needing technology support too. So that's kind of my brief overview of those 3 pieces of legislation, and I'm going to pass it on to Oscar for our next steps.
Good evening. Well, tonight you had a very robust conversation about reserve policy and how it impacts the COVID-19 block grants. And we've taken a real proactive approach in thinking about how we would use those funds. Ways that will align with our student-centered funding formula and vision for success, how we can really offset any changes or any impact from AB 928 and ensure that we have increased funding through the SCIF and increasing transfer rates, increasing student success rates. So some of the things that you'll see that we're in consideration, for example, projects that have been kind of languishing in because of the lack of IT support or IT staff. So being able to provide Dan and his team some support to address some of these major initiatives that are critical for our college. One I want to highlight is the Auto Degree Award. That's something that would really have a huge impact on our district and our funding. Being able to ensure that students don't have to apply, that we're automatically providing students with that award, and then I'll have a notification system as well as students approach that threshold of getting close to their degree, being able to notify and have a really robust tracking system. Dual enrollment, being able to support dual enrollment at each of the colleges. It's a heavy lift, and being able to provide that technical support for each of the colleges is key. Compressed calendar. I mean, I've been in this district for about 7 years, and every year we talk about the compressed calendar, but there's a lot of IT work, a lot of heavy lift that goes around compressed calendar. So ensuring that we have that technical support to finalize that project. A couple other areas I think that will create some efficiency, increased transfer into four-year institutions, making sure that we have a robust articulation process. It's a very time-consuming process, making sure that we have a system to be able to better support our teams in doing articulation. On-base workflow, once again, for efficiency. The next one on number 3, secure gainful employment. Cynthia Herrera provided us a really compelling report on enrollment in K-12. It's definitely declining, so we really need to start focusing in on adult learners and making sure that we have a very robust contract education program. Because at this point, if there's an industry or a company that wants contract education, they have to go to multiple deans, VPs, colleges. Having a centralized voice or centralized area to receive that information and then being able to work with the colleges on contract education will be key. The next slide, please. Reduce access units. I mentioned guided pathways here because we will continue to receive funding for guided pathways and making sure that we continue to provide that framework for our students, a pathway for students that is easily accessible, and then also onboarding for students. So I'll talk a little bit later about how AB 928 may impact that and how we need to take a proactive approach in creating those onboarding processes or systems for our students. Course scheduling development software. I know our teams have been asking for a system to really help in that area. So being able to provide that technical support as well. Closing equity gaps. And this is something that Cynthia and her team have also researched, a district-wide data evaluation system, something that uses our current systems, Banner, Starfish, all these systems to be able to provide us real-time data on trends and how we can forecast some of the future needs of our students. And then closing a district-wide, regional achievement gaps, expand district-wide economic workforce development coordination in the district level. So that's another area that we would like to support through this additional funding. Now, the next slide. I want you all to know that with AB 928 and AB 1111, each of our colleges have already taken a proactive approach to starting to think about how this new legislation will impact our departments, our students. So making sure that we are addressing it now. Now, AB 928 has some areas that will really help our students. If we're thinking equity, we're thinking that having a common general education pattern for the CSU and UC is huge. To have both these systems working together on CalGETC, I think is monumental. So it's wonderful for our students because now it creates a streamlined process for our students to enter a UC or Cal State system. However, it will have some impacts on our colleges. As my colleague mentioned, it's going to have some possible increases in some of our departments, social sciences, dance, kinesiology. So we need to be able to start proactively thinking on how that's going to impact. Pretty soon, we will be receiving prioritized lists of hiring. We have to make very strategic decisions on hiring faculty and support for those areas or areas that will be impacted. So another area that we need to consider is counseling. One of the we talked about counseling courses will no longer be a part of the lifelong learning. So we need to take a proactive approach to start developing non-credit programs in those areas to ensure that students continue to have an onboarding system. We use that currently our counseling courses for our first year students. So making sure that we continue to have those courses for our students, possibly as a non-credit. And then also making sure our counselors are trained on all these changes in CalGETC and being able to inform our student populations on all these changes. The implementation date is July 1st, 2025. So we have a lot of work to do before then to prepare. Next slide. Now with AB 1111, that's one that's also monumental. It's going to take a lot of work of our curriculum department, curriculum committees, our academic senates, our deans. So some of the changes that you can see there will be a lot of work, and we do have to have it adopted by July 1st of 2024. So as you mentioned, some of the areas is making sure that this is all uploaded into our catalog, making sure that it's in our program maps, making sure that there's a consistency in unit counts. So this is going to be a lot of work for our staff, but it's already work that we're addressing in each of our colleges. I want to see if you have any questions for us.
So is it a fair assessment to say that based on the implementation of AB 1111, fall 2024, if I were a student taking a math course at Oxnard College, the same course would have the same number at Moore Park and Ventura College?
I don't think, I think that's what Kim said earlier, that will happen by 2024. It's just not feasible. But the adoption to be able to start that process, put that process in place for subsequent implementation.
I guess that's what I'm trying to unpack is what does adoption mean? I don't understand that.
Practice. When we start doing it, when we start delivering a common course numbering system, the goal, the legislation is written so that by 2024, we would be able to deliver that. But the reality is that as a system, we can't do that. So I think the compromise is that we're able to say we're planning to deliver that, because that's the only thing that's feasible within this time frame.
So in the law, by not being compliant, by saying we're planning to do it, but not actually doing it, are there consequences?
The law says adopt. So it doesn't say implement, it says adopt, and it allows for that time frame. Now, I mean, this is part of the challenge that some of these pieces of legislation were crafted without really intense consultation with practitioners or some practitioners. And so part of the challenge is now trying to work out the intended consequences of the legislation.
Do we have internally a timeline of when we'll transfer from adopt to implement?
Not yet.
Not yet. When do you think we'll develop sort of a timeline so we can sort of tell people when it's coming?
This is, it's not just between Moore Park and Oxnard, but it's between our colleges and every other community colleges in the state of California. So while we might be able to control some of this fairly quickly within the district, painfully in some cases, and lots of stuff that goes around that, when you pull in all 116 or so community colleges into this mix and all of the senates and and curriculum committees to come to an agreement on an entire transfer curriculum with common course numbering, which gets at catalog descriptions and all of those other features that are in there. That's pretty, it's bigger than us.
Yeah, I was just going to add, the final pieces of 928 are not, it's not going to be completely approved till May, the end of May. And so we need those pieces to even finish, versus even start our AB 1111. So it is going to be huge. And typically it's taken us a year to get it through our process on campus. And then it's got to go through the processes at the state level too. So it is daunting, and it will happen, but I don't know the exact date.
Trustee Torres.
I really hope that we get to do some work in Sacramento and really talk with the legislature, because I see the meaning behind things, but that the implementation of it, I mean, and I say that because in Sacramento, maybe, and it can be through the past and being strategic, because if they have their meetings when the bills are going through, and then really being able to hear what this is and when can it truly be adopted and implemented. Because this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the student funding formula. We see that there's an inequity in terms of the funding for our students. If you take CTE, there's less funding if you do English or math. So in a way, unintentionally, you're forcing our colleges to focus on this specific area because the incentive is higher, which is unfair. So now you're working on that. On top of that, it's great that we started with our ethnic studies, and now it's good that they're changing the CalGETSI, but now it's more our students are coming back. And now let me go ahead, within the pandemic, I'm trying to work on enrollment. And on top of that, we're working at the state level, trying to come with the course numbering. And so, my heart goes out to everybody right now in the colleges, because it's and it tells me as a trustee, I need to have more conversations, because look at where we're at, the implementation, the practice of it, what our colleges are doing. We're trying to get students in, we're focusing on outreach, we're looking at these needs. And on top of that, now we need to have meetings to do the course numbering, which is important. But at this moment in time, let me get the kids back in right now and find programs that they need and that funding. And so as I listen to all this work, it gives me a sense for me as a trustee of everything that you're having to deal with. And on top of the things that we need to do within our district. So I like that you were able to I love this presentation. I'd love to be able to see you more coming together as presidents of our colleges and letting us know this is what's happening in legislation. This is what's currently occurring within our colleges. This is in our communities. This is what we're doing. These are the things individually and collaboratively. This is where we're moving forward, because it helps get a sense of the day-to-day. And so I know for admin that's here mostly present, thank you for everything that you do in leading and putting things together, and really within the colleges, because there's so much of that administrative work and leading, and working alongside with all of our different constituents from within our colleges and trying to be inclusive. And so it's a lot of work, and I appreciate all of our senates that are here also. This is going to be coming to them in terms of what does that look like, units, like, oh my God, if we change this, what are they doing? So then coming to a consensus on the units, coursework, what's equitable. I mean, it's a lot. So this helps me a little bit on some of the things we can move forward, and maybe some of the areas that I can wait a little bit longer, knowing that this is coming your way. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for what you do. And then keep in mind, I really hope that we start doing some good lobbying in Sacramento and really meeting with them, because a lot of the time what happens is somebody speaks to them, but this is maybe a good idea. It goes through the process and nobody goes to speak on behalf or against the bill when they have that opportunity. And then we end up with the bill that now we need to do because we didn't go speak either for it or against it or modify it. So I'm hoping within college presidents that we do some of the work alongside of, okay, what do we need? Is this in the best interest? What are we hearing that's coming in the state? And let's get active in Sacramento. I know that Sacramento in January, we have as trustees our visits that we just do with assembly members and also just senators. And it's just, whatever it is that we need to do. And so maybe you can join us. And I think it'd be incredible to also start looking at our district, presenting at some of these trustee conferences and sharing the work we do, because a lot of decisions get made that at the state level, and I myself need to do more of that. And so thank you for this presentation. I don't think if you wouldn't have presented, I would have understood it as thoroughly as I did now, and the work that's coming to our colleges, and to our participatory governance committee. So I just appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. It is a lot. I remember you guys have known how long I've talked about Common Core numbering and, some unity on units, so and equity on units. So we'll just let that go. Chancellor's report.
Brief. First, I just want to commend to the board. I know you've taken a look at them, but the reports that are part of your packet are thorough. They're really a comprehensive, I think, picture of what's been happening at our college campuses and throughout the district. And I just want to commend the staff and everybody who works on those. Very, very informative. I had the opportunity today to be part of a presentation to the Ventura County Leadership Academy group at Moore Park College with Dr. Sokanu. And Julius, thank you for hosting us. We had the opportunity to present an overview of community colleges in California, our system as a district, and then a lot of the very, very good things that are happening at Moore Park College. And for our other two presidents, I want to make sure that that Dr. Sokanu did a very, very nice job of giving shout outs to both your colleges and the good work that you're doing. And it was very well received by the cohort of this year's community leaders going through that program. So that was a really nice event. If you want to have faith in our future, you only had to be in this room on October 26th with our student leaders. If I had any pessimism at all about the future, it went away on that day, because what a incredibly engaged, thoughtful, purposeful, and really nice students. And they wanted to, they're interested in being a part of this district and having an impact on how we do what we do here. And I was very proud of them and pleased to be a part of that. And thank you to everybody who had something to do with that, our student activity coordinators, and certainly the district staff who were involved in that. And lastly, I just want to say thank you to the colleges and the work you're doing to recognize our veterans this Veterans Day. You see in the reports some of there are many activities throughout the week, and it's a good thing, and it makes me proud of the work we're doing here in our district. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee reports. Actually, wait a minute. First, it's trustee requests for reports. None? Oh, yeah, sir.
Just it's come up a couple times, but the student housing or residents at Ventura College, a number of constituents of mine are eager to sort of understand what the building's going to look like, and I think that's early, but I'm curious as a trustee who's going to be involved, because I think traditionally we're not in the business of building buildings. So are we going to collaborate with an outside agency or agencies, architecture firms, and this and that? So what would be helpful is a timeline from where we are now to completion of sort of the things that need to be done, just so we could be aware of that. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, we're going to do meeting evaluations. Yeah, I'm going to do trustee reports after meeting evaluations, or you can do them at the same time. Trustee Perez? You ready? Not yet. Yes, please.
And open the form here. Communication, I thought, there was some robust, quality, honest, largely focused, patient debate. Well, not so much debate, discussion on a couple of items tonight. And parliamentary processes, you do a remarkable job, Chair McKay,
Thank you.
in keeping us on track. Little bit of leniency at times when applicable. We focused on the business of the board tonight, and I just want to add my thanks to the colleges and all the various reports as well. Very informative and very helpful, but helps put a lot of things in context. Interaction with staff. I appreciate the way the staff responds to the questions that help the discussion move forward. I think we appropriately held off on making a decision on a matter that was important to the full board, and I also like that we tried to provide clarity to staff in what we might be looking for to come when we ask for items to come back. And we generally complied with our ground rules as best I saw tonight. Thank you.
Trustee Torres.
I think we had a really good communication, being able to talk about areas that we see similarly, areas that we have just a different perspective. It was respectfully done, and I think that always allows for the door to just be open of communication and dialogue, which I really appreciate. I think the process worked very well. Improvement. I mean, a lot of our consent items gets approved, and we have the conversation where it's needed. The reserve policy was one that, requires a lot of conversation and dialogue. And I have to say, Trustee McKay, I really just appreciate it when you said it could go on a 3-2, but you said, I really don't want that. I really just want to have that opportunity to just have it just wait, and it goes next month. And I gave my perspective, and that was very beautiful to be able to just say, to really listen and to say, I'm listening and we're not ready. And so we're just going to move this forward. And I shared what I needed to share, and it's heard and it's included. So that was very much appreciated and spoke very highly of the position of the chair, really, and being able to listen and to say at this point, it's not going to go, it's not needed. So I really appreciated that, and the ability to give the time for everyone to be heard. There's some that are able to do it in, shorter because they don't have much to say at this moment or in that particular area, but there's some that do, and you respected that very beautifully. And so I really appreciated that. And which is, it's a way of just leaving, just kind of setting the tone. Interaction with staff, I think it was very positive. One of the things I have is the business staff hasn't seen it. I don't know if this is the first time that on one of those reports, they got a full board support on those quarterly reports. And I think that reflects very much of the hard work and being able to have it recognized and to have one of the reports really just be supported. And so I think that indicates where we're moving together as a board with our staff and valuing it, and really them listening. I think when I was looking at the report, I said, oh, okay, the numbers look this way. It was just really nice to see that. So I just wanted to really commend the team, because they've been working really hard. Decisions were made, compliance with the ground rules were made. It was a really beautiful night. I mean, we're ending a little later, but we needed to. We're celebrating you. And at the same time, reserve policy was a good discussion. And I want to say this is probably one of the best board meetings if we look at it in terms of dialogue and process. I think it was very good.
Thank you. Trustee Hirschberg.
I think tonight was quite well. I did like the dialogue and being able to hear everyone's opinion. And I would like to comment on the not voting on the board policy tonight, I think that was a wise choice. I would like us all to come to a consensus of which we can all agree. Other than that, I don't really have much to say. It was a good night, and thank you for being our chair.
You're welcome. Trustee Chancellor.
On the continuous improvement feedback form, I thought a lot of things went really well. One thing that sort of caught my attention, and maybe it's more on like the psychology of change, but take, for example, and I'm not revisiting the issue of the board policy, but we're a phenomenal district and what we do works. We meet the needs of students. So to sort of entertain a change without seeing it is really hard, I think. And what I would ask for, and Trustee Torres alluded to this a little bit, is if it's aware that maybe a board minority would like to see something and to discuss it with the full board. I know if it were flipped and I'm like, well, what we're doing works, why would we think about a ceiling or cap or language of what that would actually look like? Let's just continue doing what works. And it does work. But I think sometimes when you look at change without actually seeing it, it's hard to sort of envision what that looks like. So that to me, I guess, is a little frustrating, or something I would plead with sort of the chair and chancellor to think about. And, you know, maybe once things are seen, they'd be like, oh, now I know sort of what that would look like in other similar districts that do that. So that's sort of my feedback with that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Mantry.
Way of reportage, I'd like to also echo Chancellor McLennan's comments about the Student Leadership Academy. It's amazing to be in a room where there are some adults and they're telling some stories and they're giving some advice, and yet those adults are more enriched than the students. And I remember the days when I used to be associated with the academic decathlon, and I was always hoping that we could just take all of those participants and replace Congress with them. The world would be a better place. And that's the way I felt coming away from the Student Leadership Academy. So the future is in very good hands. In terms of meeting evaluation, I concur with almost every comment that was made. I might have made a couple of remarks here on the page, but mostly it's recognition of you, Diane, for your 12 years of service. You are fantastic. Thank you.
I kind of jumbled the report and the evaluation. Does anyone have a report they want to give? Okay. You do? Okay, Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to say that this last week and a half, I loved being at Oxnard College. So it was great to be able to see the celebration of Dia de los Muertos and see the collaboration with the Rio School District, with Fuerza, and just having community members. It was such a beautiful, uplifting, spiritual community together event. And it was such an honor to just have Oxnard College be part of it, our district, just a representation and supporting the beautiful altars. I mean, there was some powerful healing taking place that night. I mean, community coming together, and what a beautiful, just to have our college, to have you there, Oscar, sharing some words, being able for us to even talk and just say hi to people. It was just linking arms with the community in this moment of healing of so many different things. And it was such a proud moment. And I've heard just so many positive things. I had the opportunity to talk to one of the Associated Student Government students that was there. So to see the involvement of students and just culture and just saying this is who we are, it was a beautiful thing. And the reason as to why we do what we do, it's we educate, but we also celebrate the culture. For Ventura College, I love going. Mecha put together also an event this past Wednesday, and they had it at Guthrie Hall. And they also had the students put together their altares, and they had a speaker, and it was just, they had the food truck, the tacos, and I mean, it was the students alive. The campus was alive. I was there and I just saw all these people there at the campus, and talking to the students, ethnic studies, the professors, community. It was just uplifting. And so for me, to see the activism of the students, it just uplifted my heart. It just reminded me when I was in college, and I said, because I was part of Mecha. So I said, the Mechistas are here, they're putting together, the students are involved in the community, they're celebrating, there's activism, there's education, there's like, what do we do next? And to have those conversations of what they envision was really nice. So thank you for supporting that work. And I know for me, it was such a treat, and I definitely received invitations to go back to their groups and get to hear of the work they're doing. So it's like the whole reason we're here. And so it was very nice. So those were the nice events that I got to go to in this last week.
Just very brief. Students from my high school, or I work, Frontier High School, were lucky enough to visit Ventura College. And the reason why I bring this up, because I know there's a lot of visits from the colleges out to the high schools and students coming on to college. But this was a little different. My students were able to go into a biology classroom and see what it looks like and see themselves in the classroom. And that's a little bit different than going into sort of a performing arts center and hearing from college folks and actually seeing what it looks like and envisioning themselves there. So that was huge. And it reminded me, I think, of potentially some policy work that we can do on not just outreach, but inreach, bringing high school students and adult learners, bringing them on campus, but actually to certain departments or areas that they're interested in. I know that a lot of work already occurs, but perhaps expanding on that through the policy work and tightening that up. And also thank you to the Ventura College, Dr. Pena, your department, for meeting those students and meeting their needs as well. So that's it. And that's all I got. Thank you again to Chair McKay.
Okay, well, I will do my evaluation. I thought it was a great meeting with open dialogue. The one thing I didn't say during consent is how great and safe I feel that we have Catali. He was former Dean Catali, I don't know what we call him now, is coming back to do the public safety work for our campuses. I mean, there's nothing that we care about our students so much, but first and foremost, they need to get their basic needs met. Which we met with Monica from Food Share, and I know she helps do that. And then they need to be safe. And so I was really happy to see that we're really addressing a strong program of safety for our students. I appreciate everything. I kind of sat here tonight and just kind of wrote notes of just like the various people over 12 years. It's just too hard. There were so many people. Dr. Jim Mesnick, who was the chancellor when I got here, who probably had to, put up with the most questions, maybe Sue Johnson right behind him, who was in charge of business services, because I had 8 million questions when I first got here and they had to sit through all of them. But it's been, Victory has had to fix my computer probably more times than they had to answer questions. So, I mean, it's across the board. The people that work here are just the best. It's the people at every college, in every classroom. I mean, every single person who I've ever encountered that works in this district, either here in this building or at the colleges, they just bring their A game every day, and they care about students, and they just work really hard. They work when they're tired. They work when, I've seen the exhaustion when we went through, fires and disasters. I remember when Dave Keebler's house burned down, and yet he was still the president of a college and dealing with that, and presented, a couple of weeks later at the Ventura County Office of Ed on dealing with disaster. So it's just been an honor and a privilege to serve here with all of you, with everyone that I served with before. You guys were in this room and in these seats that you're in. I'm not going anywhere. I will be back. I'm doing a really slow goodbye. Dr. Bryce Harris, our former state chancellor, asked me to do a presentation with him next week. So I will go to San Francisco with a couple of you and do that next week. And I'm looking forward to it. So I can drag out this goodbye, maybe cry a few hundred more times. And, but, I wish nothing for the best. I've just enjoyed my time here. Whoever sits in this seat is going to do a good job. They love students, and you guys are going to continue to do just, all the good things. And if you don't, I'm going to come and stand at that podium. and talk about it. And I look forward to seeing you all out and about and at college functions. And just thank you for always, the units thing. Oh my God, I think I brought that up every meeting for so long. And, we all lived through it. And I finally stopped talking about it and the units got a little bit closer. So we can do the hard work when we try to. So, it was my obsession. You're right. I was totally obsessed.
We
with
should name that legislation after you.
They should. So anyway, thank you very much so that I don't blubber. One piece of official business is I won't be here. There's always kind of this awkward thing with the business meeting when it starts, and Vice Chair Manchuth is the vice chair. I will not be here, so he will begin chairing the meeting in December until the meeting is reorganized, so that or anything else that happens in between that I'm unavailable for. And because I think there is a point at which my time gets cut off that is actually right before the meeting. So my official time. But to all of you that have made this such a wonderful 12 years, thank you. Adjourn the meeting in the name of our veterans. We have so many veterans that have done so much. My grandfather fought in World War I on French soil, and so I know how proud he was of that service and how proud all veterans should be of their service, no matter where they served. So I would like to adjourn the meeting in the name of all of our veterans. Thank you.
Okay. It was a long week though.